All right, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? How many people's out there tonight? Welcome to my electronic juke joint show, Blues and Chat. Tonight we got a new guitar. We don't have the Gretsch this time. The fucking sheriff is back in town. What's up, Terry? How you doing, man? Got the old man's guitar. Let a few people pile in here. What's everybody up to? Terry says sounding good. That's good. Hope this thing sounds good with one mic picking everything up. Time for a cigarette. Jesse Gomez says, hi, what's up, man? Elvira says, hi, Ed, how you doing? Stephen Shute says, evening, Ed, I'm on Coors here at 6,200 feet in Colorado, also playing on my 73 gold top Les Paul. Oh, you got one too, damn. This one here is a 1978, I believe, custom. Beat all to hell. Still sounds great. This belonged to my old man. He bought it back in the 70s, bought it new. I got my bottle of Courvoisier here for the ladies. Y'all feel free to ask me y'all's questions about your sexual relationships and stuff, and I'll tell you about them. Anonymous says, Ed, just getting warmed up, people. I appreciate that. What are you running? What are you running for effects on that? Well, if I can cut on the B camera here, I'll show you what I got going on down there. Hang on one second. I got to turn on the LSD cam. Woo! So down here on the floor is my pedal board. We got a Boss Blues driver. I've got a Dan Electro Univibe. I've got an MXR compressor, Morley wah wah pedal, Boss chorus, and a delay pedal called a two-timer. So that's basically what I got running there. Woo! Bye bye LSD cam. All right. Steven Shute says, beautiful guitar using a Univibe. But yeah, that's a Univibe. It's a Dan Electro. I used to have a cooler one, but got copped. Never had an original one. Anonymous says, sweet. Yes, appreciate that. Jose Gomez, very good. Appreciate that, man. It just getting over throwing my back out last week. That was fun. Moving around a lot better today. Like my last stream, like I was crippled, but I drank some moonshine on stream and started feeling pretty good. Moving around, got up the next day, about a week ago, last Wednesday, and like was a complete invalid. Could not move. Yeah, getting a little better. That moonshine does work though. Trying to move my camera without throwing anything off here. Okay, yeah. Got a pretty precarious electronic situation going on here. Let's see. Robson Cruz says, "Hi Ed, how are you? Hope you're better." Yeah, I'm doing pretty good today. Moving around good. I'm not 100%. Back still bothering me a little bit, but I'm not crippled like I was last week. Vic Morrison says, slipped your disco. Yeah, well, I think I just tore a muscle. Sitting in this horrible chair probably doesn't help very much. Camera out of focus. Come on, focus. Okay. Red Wolf 1 says, week back. That's doing fine now. I mean, I'm okay. I can bend over now. We need you in one piece, Ed. Yeah. So rock, then roll out of bed. Yeah, I pretty much had to do that last week. I could barely get out of bed. Jay Bird says, hey, Ed. And I know what back problems are like. I had 2 surgeries. Do you use any jelly ice packs? They work miracles for me. Also try to walk often and sit with good form. All I had was fucking Aleve and ibuprofen. Or yeah. And I tried putting some ice on it, but I mean, it didn't do much for me. Red Wolf once has been there, done that. Oh yeah. But I'm doing pretty good today. What's going on with everybody out there? Famous songs with Univibe, a Bridge of Sighs. That's one. Yep. A lot of Hendrix stuff, like when he did the Star Spangled Banner and all that at Woodstock. Machine Gun had a Univibe on it. Vic Morrison says trying new tunings. Like what kind? George Anderson says, when are you coming out with your new album? You can call it Backside Blues. I'm trying to get it. I made the promise I was going to come out with it this month, and I was going to finish it like over the last couple weeks, and wasn't able to. So, yeah, soon, hopefully. I've been saying that a while. Midwest Adventure says, "Hey Ed, what's up, man?" Vic Morrison says, "C tuning." You mean like tuning down like death metal style or what? I knew a Mason who used horse liniment and cocaine all summer, then Florida all winter. Sounds like a fun time. PB&J sends $2. Thank you very much for that, man. The super chats are what makes this show a success. I don't put ads on them. They demonetize them anyway because I play some copyright stuff sometimes. So, yeah, if you want to help me out, drop me a super chat. TJ says, "Hey, what's up? What's up, man?" And he gave me a German U with an umlaut on top of it. I think we might need a shot here. Midwest Adventures, think you could play Traveling Riverside Blues? Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. Slides on the ground. Ow! Shit. Okay. If your man is personal, won't you have your fun? If your man is personal, won't you have your fun? I'm going down to the river, bell house all night long. Ain't going to state no color but the front teeth, the crown with gold. Ain't gonna state no color but the front teeth, the crown with gold. She's got a mortgage on my body, lien on my soul. Well, I'm going down to Rosedale, take my rider by my side. Well, I'm going down to Rosedale, take my rider by my side. Well, we can still bow out, mama, by the riverside. I got ones in Vicksburg, clean on into Tennessee. I got women in Vicksburg, clean on into Tennessee. Well, my fried boy mama hops all over me. Well, you can squeeze my lemon till the juice run down my leg. Well, you can squeeze my lemon till the juice run down my leg. And my fried point mama really rocks my head. A little bit of Traveling Riverside Blues by Robert Johnson. Or almost, at least, lyrically. Just got a new 2024 Epiphone SG. I won one of those in a raffle one time, and I didn't get it because I was outside the building and they called somebody else. Sucked. It was like 25 years ago, though. Mr. E. Speed Shop. How would a cover of a song is weird how a cover of a song is copyrighted when covers and adaptations have been played and sold for nearly 100 years. Yeah, especially some of the ones I'm playing that are like real old as hell, you know. But like on YouTube, like you can't even, like if you're a music teacher, you can't even discuss a copyrighted song, and that should fall under fair use, but it doesn't. Like, fair use does not apply to the music business. Kind of sucks. Vic Morrison said he uses C, F, A sharp, D sharp, G, C tuning. Is that an open tuning? No, I don't think so. Gerardo Miller says, "Hey bro, what's up, man?" Midwest Adventure says, "Sounds really good. Never stop. Appreciate that, man." Woody says, "Glad to see you, Edward. Quick question: are dobro strings worth trying on acoustic, especially for slide playing?" Yeah, I think the big difference with dobro strings is they're nickel, and they don't have the same coating that regular acoustic strings have. And yeah, you know, on mine I just use regular Martin medium acoustic strings, but I mean, they do sound pretty good. I have bought them before. I mean, they tend to be thicker, and that's good for slide. And, you know, might sound a little more tinny and metallic. TJ says, "I love it. Play lots of AC/DC riffs with it." Talking about the SG's got, yeah, they're good for that. they tend to have really hot pickups in them too. I don't know about the Epiphone ones that they make, like, but the Gibson one I got is like pretty hot, like high output. Dogson says, "I think he's in C standard, just down 2 whole steps." Okay, yeah. So that's what you would see, like a lot of metal bands using Black Sabbath. I think used that for a while, like when they did like Master of Reality, like tuned down to C. Better to have thicker strings when you tune down that low, though. Like your strings it can start playing like a ukulele or something. Like if you got like normal gauge strings. Let's see here. What do y'all think here? Y'all want to vote on it? Get us a shot in here. Open the damn juke joint. Okay, Courvoisier for the ladies, or some Mountain Legacy Moonshine 120 proof. So classy and assy. What do y'all think? I had a National branded SG. It was pretty nice, like a National Electric. I didn't know there was such a thing. Gerardo Myler says Elliott Smith tune's really loud, isn't it? Do you like his guitar playing? I don't know too much about him, actually. TJ says I went to my first concert on July the 14th, and I saw Sammy Hagar with Joe Satriani. It's your first rock concert, huh? Mine was in 1993, and I saw the Damn Yankees. a cock rock band with Ted Nugent, Tommy Shaw, some guy from Night Ranger, Jack Blades. I never remembered who the drummer was, but we went to see Ted Nugent, obviously. Anonymous gives a vote for Moonshine. Midwest Adventure says loving it, appreciate that. Red Wolf 1 says Moonshine is bad for the back. It helped me out last week, but I was crippled the next day. PB&J vote for Moonshine. We got 2 votes for Moonshine. Get them votes in. Your vote matters. Most important election ever. PB&J says my first concert was Quiet Riot. When I was 18, I had a band, and we played at just a shitty little bar in Augusta. This would have been around maybe the year 2001 or so. And the next week after that, Quiet Riot played there. So that kind of shows you like where their career went, during that period. Like around 2000, 2001, like stock in the 80s was pretty low. Another vote for Shine. Red Wolf says my first concert was Steel Mill. I'm not sure who Steel Mill is. Steven Shute says my first concert was Marshall Tucker. Never got to see them, even though they're from here. Okay, I guess they want me to do this Moonshine. Let's hit it. Even brought out the nice glass for the Courvoisier, man. We'll hit the Moonshine. All right. This stuff does smell real, even though it's store-bought. It comes from Gatlinburg, I believe, because it's a Sugarland product. It has the name Mark Ramsey on it, also known as Digger. I've never heard of the guy, but it's 120 proof. What did I do with the top? All right, cheers, y'all. Grandpa needs his medicine. Woo! Anonymous says first concert was Motley Crue. Best concert was Robin Trower. I wish I could see Robin Trower one good time. Never saw the Crew either. Mr. E Speed Shop says, pretty sure my first real concert was a Swanee River Blues Fest when B.B. King headlined sometime in the 90s. Oh, that sounds like a good one. God, who all have I seen? I mean, God damn. Yeah, I'm not sure the chronology, but I think my first concert was the Damn Yankees. It might have been a Randy Travis concert. seen all the rock people I ever wanted to see, though. I've, you know, seen Paul McCartney, seen Eric Clapton, seen Bob Dylan, AC/DC, and Gwar, of course. You got to see Gwar once in your life, or you haven't lived. TJ says, I'm trying to get an acoustic guitar. Any good idea on one? Well, it depends on how much you want to spend. I would say Martin, but Martin you're going to spend an ass of money on. Now, the cheaper guitars, the ones I had when I was younger, the good cheap ones were Yamahas, actually. I love the damn Yamaha acoustics. Vic Morrison says, my first concert was Wishbone Ash at a high school. Damn. Yeah, they used to have rock bands at high schools, like, back in the day. Midwest Adventure says, I have a Washburn acoustic. It's pretty good. Okay, yeah. Like, in a weird kind of way, I have a Washburn, but it's, you know, where'd it go? The parlor guitar here, it's made by Lyon and Healy, around 1900, but it's the same people that made Washburn. It's called a Marquette. Mr. E. Speed Shop says, Alvarez parlors are good, inexpensive entry guitars. I've got an Alvarez. It's a Dreadnought. It's like probably about 40 or 50 years old. It plays pretty good. I've actually got it, what do they call it? I've got it Nashville tuned. I got it where it's got the thin strings that you would find on a 12 string, like without the thick strings, called Nashville tuning or whatever. Still have my Norma acoustic as first guitar. I don't think I've heard of a Norma. And TJ says, looking to spend around $500 or $600. There might be some, some cheaper Martins you can get for that. I'm not sure. Let me take a look. Actually, let's see. If my keyboard will work. Martin guitars. Shopping on Google. Let me see. Yeah, okay. They got it. Let me pull up the screen here. Got to get down to the controls. Window capture. Right. No, I've got to manipulate my video, actually. Okay. Bear with me here. I'm kind of an idiot with this stuff. Nope. Okay. And they got this Martin LK or LXK2 for $449. That might be a decent one. And the rest of them on here are like bazillion dollars. A Martin DX1E. They don't give Martins very catchy names. I'll tell you that. There's a couple Martins in that price range. Maybe check those out, or just looking to get in a Yamaha. That's what I'd say, at least. All right, let me rearrange some stuff here again. Why don't I have a technical crew? Ashtray. Okay. So Red Wolf says, nice rosewood on that washboard. He must mean washburn. Yeah, I never owned a washburn. Midwest Adventure says, remember, if you get a guitar, you probably want a case. Yeah, that's a good idea to have a case. I have bought them without them and like kind of regretted it. But I mean, I'm not known to take very good care of guitars and stuff. Mine are all scuffed up. Thank you. I appreciate you looking for me. Yeah, man. Anonymous says, Martins are beautiful, but I think you can really beat... You can't really beat Ovations, and they just sound better for rhythms. Ovations, I was never into them. I never liked that plastic bowl that they build them onto, you know. But the Ovations are pretty damn expensive. They have a budget brand, I believe, called Applause. I was never into them. Josh M says, step it up and go. I'll play that in a second. Smoke this thing here. He says, thank you so much for looking for me. Welcome, man. Mr. E Speed Shop says, I beat the hell out of my stream boxes. Yeah, but yeah, mine are in pretty pitiful shape, except the newer ones I have. Like, I mean, this thing here has been through, you know, like, what, over 40 years of absolute hell. If I get it close to the camera here, you can see like the big scratch marks on it and stuff. And of course, you know, my dad, being from the 70s, was into wearing big ass belt buckles, and so it's got a nice buckle rash on the back here. The gold's kind of tarnished on the pickups. What I don't know how gold can tarnish, but yeah. Got a knob missing here. This piece is missing from here, from the switch. But I'll tell you one damn thing though. I have never once had to fix this thing electronically. I don't even know what the electronics inside here look like because I've never had to open it up. Never had the input fuck up on me. Like, I mean, it's built like a tank. Back in the 70s, you know, that they used to use military grade electronic components apparently, and I mean these pots have never scratched. It's the same exact electronics they put in this thing back in the 70s. Midwest Adventure says, I try and take care of my guitars. I got a couple I look after, like that Gretsch, you know, it ain't too banged up. I try to keep that one in nice shape. Mr. E Speed Shop says, Ed, what is that Rezo? What year? I've been setting plans to get a Royal, since they have good reviews and are a lot less than Beards and whatnot. That back there's a Morgan Monroe. I probably bought it about maybe 10 years ago or something like that. But I don't think Morgan Monroe is currently making round neck resonators. I think they're just making square necks now, like for bluegrass and stuff. So you might be able to find like a used one somewhere. Yeah. Let you have a look at the logo here. That's what it looks like. Morgan Monroe. My dad was a PowerPoint control room operator. PowerPoint? You mean like for not for like Windows, right? Midwest Adventure says, I hope you take care of that old parlor guitar. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty messed up when I got it. I mean, I'll show you here. You can see right along here, if I can get it on camera, this damage right here. and yeah, some of the binding has come off. Somebody broke this thing open like before I owned it, and they put like a pickup in it, like a thin line or like a piezo pickup, and I don't know why they did that. But yeah, they intentionally like damaged the damn thing to break it open. Weak signal here, weak signal. Okay, there it goes. We're back. He says, TJ says, I played a guitar on there. Go. Josh M says, Into Pines. He says, power plant. Okay, it was a power plant operator. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. I like that one guitar that's to the right of you. But to my right is, you know, that's the Les Paul there. To the right on the screen, that's the Dobro, or the, you know, the Morgan Monroe Rezo. And the acoustic there behind me, that's a Martin. So somebody wanted to hear, Josh M, I think, wanted to hear Step It Up and Go. Do some Piedmont blues. Had a little girl, a little low, used to love me, but she don't no more. Got to step up and go. Yeah, yeah, go. Well, I can't stand pat, I swear I got to step it up and go. Me and my baby walking down the street, telling everybody but the chief police, got to step it up and go. Yeah, yeah, go. Well, I can't stand pat, I swear I got to step it up and go. And she took it all, got to step it up and go. Yeah, yeah, go. Well, I can't stand pat, I swear I got to step it up and go. Sing no more. Hear my girl calling, I got to go, got to step it up and go. Yeah, yeah, go. Well, I can't stand pat, I swear I got to step it up and go. Blinds pulled down, front door too. Blinds pulled down, what you gonna do? Got to step it up and go. Yeah, yeah, go. Well, I can't stand pat, I swear I got to step it up and go. A blind boy Fuller there from North Carolina, Durham, North Carolina. All right. It says Into Pines. All right. Train I ever saw went down that Georgia line. The engine passed at 6 o'clock and the cab passed by at 9. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blew.
looking for the time of day. He said he'd throw his watch away. The long steel rail and the short cross tie. I'm on my way back home. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. Little girl, what have I done to make you treat me so? You cause me to weep, you cause me to moan, you cause me to leave my home. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shiver when the cold wind blows.
In the Pines there, that's a song of unknown provenance, but I learned it like listening to Bill Monroe when I was a kid. Of course, Leadbelly probably got one of the first records on it, might have had the first record on it, and Nirvana did Leadbelly's version called Where Did You Sleep Last Night, of course, on the MTV Unplugged special they did. Let me see. Blues Soul, use that voice slow and easy. Appreciate that, man. And what we got above this here? Midwest Adventure says, also after that song, play some Stop Breaking Down if you would. Let me see if I can do that. Yeah. That's the Mr. E Speed Shop says that's the Morgan Monroe Resonator. Rezos have a very unique sound, or a lot heavier, used a lot with slides. So if you're looking to use Rezos, you have to pay close attention to the action, right? Yeah. Of course, you want a little higher action when you're playing slide guitar. Yeah. Resonator guitar is not for everything. It's not for playing Hotel California. At the pub, like it's made for certain stuff. Vic Morrison says, won the Lotto 5,000, went out and bought a Yamaha, still have it, sounds great. Yeah, I had some Yamahas when I was younger, and they were really good guitars. Says, hey Ed, I was pretty sure you'd be out of collusion. How you feeling, boss? I'm doing pretty good this week, like getting better with the back. I'm actually able to move and do stuff, so that's nice. These kind of things usually last like about 2 weeks. Oh, he says out of commission, not out of collusion. Yeah. Ron Swanson says, hey brother, how the hell are you? How's it going? I'm doing pretty good, man. How you doing? Midwest Adventure says, good, appreciate that. Swanson says, thanks for the new release on Patreon, man. Yeah, I put a new one out today. Did like just finger picking on Black Mountain Rag, old fiddle song that different guitar players covered, like Chet Atkins and Doc Watson played it, and I think old Merle Travis might have done it. J1W says, hey Ed and chat, what's up, man? Josh M says, thank you Ed, that was great, appreciate that. Ron Swanson says, how's the chest cough? That's going away. Still getting over it a little bit because I smoke and it takes me a while. Speaking of which, Dogson says, what would you take, Ed? Your metal resonator or wooden one? I'm finding that wooden ones are a little more forgiving when playing. Yeah, I kind of like the woodiness of the wooden ones. It kind of reminds me more of the the old dobros I heard like in bluegrass bands when I grew up. It's not as like tinny sounding. If the binding on that parlor guitar is celluloid, don't smoke near it. It's very flammable. Yeah, I'll have to keep that in mind. It probably is celluloid. Like I think that's the plastic that they were using most back in those days. Dave says that if the binding... Oh, I just read that. Your mini documentaries are great. Yeah, I'm gonna try to come out with one about the death of Robert Johnson. I've been working on scripting lately. I need to get a beer. Also seriously thinking about doing some more instructional videos on guitar, like some lesson videos, maybe showing techniques and things. Never been big on like teaching entire songs, but just teaching like different techniques. See, is Death Don't Have No Mercy something you can play? I don't think I know that one. Didn't Gary Davis play that one time? Ron Swanson says, brewed up a little Mountain Dew to drink with you tonight. Wish I could pass the jar to you guys. Yeah, yeah. I still got plenty right here. Got some Bullet bourbon too. Okay, yeah, I bought that one time. Do I still have the bottle back there? No, I don't have it. But I have drank Bullet bourbon before. Ever thought about doing some documentary stuff on harmonica players? That might be kind of cool. I might be able to do that. I mean, do old like God damn it. Well, who's the memory's failing me. The fellow that was with Robert Johnson the night he died, he's going to be part of my next little thing. I'm on Robert Johnson. Sonny Boy Williamson. Both of them. There was two Sonny Boy Williamsons, like for some reason. Both harmonica players. Getting Alzheimer's up in here. Should do a mini documentary on Reverend Pearlie Brown and Wet Willie lawsuit. Yeah, I could do something about that, yeah. Martian Murray says, I love learning techniques. Can't play a single flamenco song, but I can rasgueado and stuff. LOL. I kind of learned how to do that. Yeah. A documentary on blues harmonica players, an instrument that I cannot play. Maybe bring old Slim Harpo into there and stuff. Yeah, Morningstar says, yeah, he wrote it, believe it, or at least gave the best version of the song. Okay, talking about Gary Davis playing Death Don't Have No Mercy. Right. Yeah, Gary Davis like some pretty tough guitar playing. I mean, I thought about doing a video on Gary Davis. Got it that time. That was a Gary Davis song. There's actually a video of him playing that with Pete Seeger and Donovan on some TV show. Like it's a damn gospel song. It's called Glory Hallelujah. Willie Brown, yeah. I think the original Willie Brown played guitar and stuff, but am I right on that? Like the Willie Brown in the Crossroads movie was a harmonica. No, he was a guitar player in the movie. Well, yeah. I think the original Willie Brown did play harmonica. That's right. Dawson Walters says, hey, I seen Eric Johnson last week. Do you have any StreamYard? I want to do a sound check. I don't have a StreamYard. Is that some kind of service you can get onto, like a streaming service? Ron Swanson says, I remember doing that one on hats and the blues. Love that one. You guys got to check it out. Sponsored hat link. Lots of sick hats. Right. Yeah, American Hatmakers, the folks who sent me this hat, they are actually having a Labor Day sale. That kind of reminds me, like from today, like through next week, they're having a Labor Day sale. If you go on there and use the code LD23, LD23 is the code. And if you follow the link in my affiliate description, like in the description below this video, if you follow that link and buy a hat, it actually helps me out here. So American Hatmakers. This one right here, if you're interested, is called the Jawa. They come in brown and black. Josh M says, I'm a king bee, baby, buzzing around your hive. I might do that one in a little bit. Some swamp blues there. Anonymous says, yeah, appreciate that. PB&J says, did you retire that Fender Mustang? No, I still got it. It's working. It's like in working order. Got it in the house. I don't use it on these streams a lot. I found that I do a lot of finger picking, and having like an arch top style of guitar like works really good on these streams, like for an electric. Like even something like this Les Paul here, you know, it's not like technically an arch top guitar, but it's got that shape and it's good for finger picking. It's got that bowed kind of shape on the wood, you know. My uncle is a deadly traditional flamenco guitarist called Paco Pena and shit. It's all beyond me how they could pull that shit off. Yeah, I tried to learn flamenco like maybe about 15 years ago, and I didn't get very far with it. Most of those guys actually grow up working with a mentor from when they're kids, I believe. The time signatures in flamenco music are ridiculous. It's like fucking 12/8 and all kind of stuff like that. So it's like just weird time signatures. Let's see, Future Blues, M&O Blues. Don't know those two. Can you play Preaching to Blues 1930s version? I might be able to get close to it. Let's smoke this here. Ron Swanson says, I like how it's half fedora, half cowboy hat. Yes, technically it's like a really wide brim fedora. That's kind of what I like. I don't like a straight up like cowboy hat, like make me look like a country singer, but I like one that looks kind of like a cowboy hat. It's got this flat brim on it. That's what I kind of like that. Says, Anonymous says, "Give me back my wig, honey. Let your head go bald." I got some extra hair for you here. Says, "Go Eddie, go." Appreciate that. Robbie Krieger of the Doors had great flamenco flavors in his style. He was actually working on learning flamenco when he was learning guitar. I don't even think he'd been playing guitar that long when he joined the band. And Christy Bush says, "Nice lid." Appreciate that. Forrest of Ravenshire says, "Good evening, Edward." What's up? Good evening. Ron Swanson says, "How about some Clapton? I know you dig his stuff. I could probably do some Clapton in just a bit." And David Hicks says, "Howdy, Edwardians." What's up, David? Yeah, the Edwardians. You're all a group of people who lived in England in the early 1900s. That's what y'all are. Ron Swanson. He says, "Hey, what's up?" But anyway, what were those two requests? I had Preaching to Blues, and I had one for some Clapton. Okay, most of the Clapton I do is like Cream. Anonymous says, Dave's not here, man. I'll be looking for your tips and tricks videos. Yeah, I am going to put out some, just some videos on different techniques for playing this kind of music. Thought about it for a while. Think I'll try that. See if it gets any traction. Oh, yes, that's right. Midwest Adventure said stop breaking down earlier, and I forgot about that. Yeah. It's like jogging my memory there. Swanson says, I like your Clapton covers. Well, I appreciate that, man. Can't find my way back home. I don't think I know that one. Frank says Crossroads. Probably play that one a little later. I usually play it on these streams. Midwest says don't sweet it. I think he means don't sweat it. Badge Cream. Thanks, Ed. I done forgot Badge. I could probably do like Sunshine of Your Love or something. I did a little bit of Outside Woman, like their version of it earlier on. And Blind Faith. I always liked that Buddy Holly song they covered. Blind Faith. They that That's All Right. That's a Buddy Holly song. But that reminds me of a Spanish cowboy, or else a real blues guy like Stevie Ray Vaughan. Yeah, that's kind of why I got this one. It looks kind of bluesy. It's got that kind of fedora feel to it, but it's not too fedora. It's not like a hipster fedora. It's more of a, it's got a wide brim on it. Do you like Blind Lemon Jefferson? You said his playing is weird. His playing is very weird. Blind Lemon Jefferson, probably the first country blues artist to get big in the United States. It's probably why the record companies went out and recorded all the other country blues artists. And yeah, I like his stuff. I played Matchbox like with bands for a long time, but it wasn't like his version. It was Carl Perkins' version. Christy Bush says, "What's the drink tonight?" I got some Courvoisier for the ladies here, and I got some corn liquor. As always, just hit that earlier, and I still got some Jameson left, Irish whiskey. Smoke this and I'll play a couple. David Hicks says it's perfect on your head. I love that hat, but I would be a poser if I wore it. Oh shit. It's good for stuffing hair up into too. They actually give you like these adjustment things with these too that you can put in there to like kind of make it a little more narrow, like if it don't fit right, and they put like a little string in here where you can adjust it. Pretty good hat. Grab my guitar here. Stop breaking down. I think I need to open tuning. Nope.
Every time I'm walking down the street, some pretty mama start breaking down with me, start breaking down. Please stop breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out. Ooh, it'll make you lose your mind. I can't walk these streets now, contemplate my mind. Some no good woman, she starts breaking down, start breaking down. Please stop breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out. Ooh, it'll make you lose your mind. Now you Saturday night women, you love to ape and clown. You don't do nothing but take a good man reputation down, start breaking down. Please stop breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out. Ooh, it'll make you lose your mind. Now I give my baby 99 degrees. She jumped up and threw the pistol down on me. Stop breaking down. Please stop breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out. Ooh, it'll make you lose your mind. Can't start walking down these streets, don't believe my mind. Some pretty mama start breaking down. On my mind, start breaking down. Please stop breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out. Ooh, it'll make you lose your mind.
Little Robert Johnson there, Stop Breaking Down. Some Clapton. Cut the damn Univibe off.
getting near dark. When lights close their tired eyes, soon be with you, my love. Give you my dawn surprise. Stay with you, darling, now. Stay with you till our seas have dried up. I've been waiting so long to be where I'm going, in the sunshine of your love. I'm with you, my love, light shining through on you. I'm with you, my love, morning and just a wee too. Stay with you, darling, now. Stay with you till the stars start falling. I've been waiting so long to be where I'm going, in the sunshine of your love.
Some nice old cream there with Eric Clapton. But yeah, usually playing those, that's what gets stuff demonetized. So, you know, if y'all want to help me out here, like, please leave me a super chat, because it ain't gonna be no ad money from this one. I don't put ads on them. You know, sure would appreciate it. Christy Bush says, "God damn, appreciate that." David Hicks says, "Comment a bit delayed regarding last song." Okay. Ron Swanson says, "Last week I was asking you if you could bring the right stuff for Voodoo Child. Any chance of that?" Yeah, I'll do that in a little bit. Yeah, got the effects for it. And Swanson says, "Wow, appreciate that." This is right on, Dave, man. Triple H says, "Can you play Old McDonald's?" I don't. Can I? You don't mean the the kid song. Let's see. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had a dog, E-I-E-I-O. D. Merck sends $10 and he says, "Clapton!" exclamation point. Appreciate that $10, man. Thank you for that. Let me go back up here. Says, "Just getting it, brother." Appreciate that. Christy Bush says, "Oh shit." Anonymous says, "Damn, classic tone. I hear it. I'll take that amp off your hands, Ed." It's a Fender Super Champ X2. That's what it's called. small amp. It's like a practice amp, basically. Anonymous says, I do PayPal, but whatever. People throw that money at Ed. I appreciate that, man. Triple H says, woof woof here and a woof woof there. Right. Old McDonald. He says, that was perfect. Appreciate it. D Merck says, David Hicks says, D Merck, I thought Old McDonald was worth $10. Tim Gagan's Music, thanks for the mic recommendations a few weeks ago. I am too cheap to get the mic, but I appreciate it all the same. Yeah, I can't remember what I paid for this mic I'm using right now. It's, this HyperX or whatever. It's a USB mic. That's why I bought it, for convenience, so I don't have to set a mixer up to hook my mic up. They got a cheaper model somewhere. Swanson says, also join his Patreon. Yeah, join the Patreon, man. There's exclusive stuff on there. You get to see my regular YouTube videos early with no ads on them. Christy Bush says, if it's going to be Old McDonald, make it dirty. I can make it like a bestiality song or something. I have been itching to drink this Courvoisier all day long. I'm going to drink some. Love this stuff. Good cognac. We got to pour this one in the special brandy glass here. Where'd the top to it go? Frank Morgendorfer says, great playing as always. Never heard Stagger Lee on an electric Gibson. Did I do that once? Usually play that on the acoustic. Might whip it out on the Gibson. What's your thoughts on Bumblebee Slim? I'd have to look more into him. Like, I've only heard like a couple of his pieces. This kind of stuff, you gotta kind of take it in, Yeah. That's some nice shit. Yeah. I am the ladies' man. Got kind of like a raisiny taste to it, which kind of makes sense. It's, it's cognac. It's made from grapes. Lovely fucking color there. Love that stuff. Martell's Blue Swift. I don't think I'm familiar with that. Would have gone good with those Cubans, yeah. Got to get Gizmodus, who comes in here all the time, to send me some more Cuban cigars. Kind of like having those with scotch, though, like cigars. A few more drinks, and I predict the slide is coming out. Hellhound on my trail. I got to get that one back down. Like, I did a video on it, but I learned it for the video and didn't get back on it. I barely was able to do the vocals on it because they're so damn high. Like, I barely got that video out. Let's see. It's too hot. Capo. Let's see what John Hurt sounds like on a fucking Gibson Les Paul. police officer, how can it be? You can arrest everybody but cruel Stagger Lee. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. I told Stagger Lee, please don't take my life. I got 2 little babies and a darling loving wife. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. What do you care about your 2 little babies and your darling loving wife? You done stole my Stetson hat and I'm bound to take your life. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. Boom, 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 with a 44. When I spotted Billy DeLine, he was lying on the floor. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. Gentlemen of the jury, what do you think of that? Stagger Lee shot Billy DeLine about a $5 Stetson hat. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. They all gathered round, hands held up high. And when they killed him, they was glad to see him die. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stagger Lee. All right, there's some electrified Mississippi John Hurt there. Says Ed equals YouTube legend. Appreciate that, man. When I have some cash, I'll send you a bottle. I appreciate that, man. Let's see. What else? You rock, Ed. Appreciate that. Christy Bush says yes, he does. Appreciate that too. Ron Swanson says, man, you play that Les Paul like walking down the street. Thank you very much for that. Cruel Stagger Lee. Triple H says a nice Gibson, orange brown. No, it's natural. It's like a 70s one. Yeah, that's just white mahogany apparently on top. Oh. Heavy too. They didn't cut cavities into Les Pauls back in those days. It's just solid wood. Josh M sends $5. Thank you very much for that, sir. Appreciate those super chats. Elvira says awesome. Thank you for that. And D Merck says OMG, love me some EP guitar picking. Thank you very much. And Anonymous says YOP, recorded just like that with the Gibson Ed, no brainer. Yeah, I'm gonna put it on the record, like on one of these songs. Let's see. Triple H says really enjoying listening. Nice 70s, nice. He says it's white. Okay, no, it's natural. It's wood colored. Timmy Raven says, what's up, party people? What's up, man? Triple H says, I own a Squire Strat Bullet made in China. Hey, you know, I never found anything wrong with Squires. Like, I never owned one, but, I mean, they play fine. Chad Thompson says, what's up, Ed? What's up, man? How you doing? Triple H says, oh, okay. Ron Swanson, my 62 was 9 pounds with no strap. You had a 62 like Les Paul? I think you might have mentioned that one time. Triple H says Squires are nice. Like I never played one that I thought was bad. You know, I've had them. Like, I mean, I haven't owned one, but I played them actually. Timmy Raven says I had a Squire Telly was great. Regret selling it. Had a Squire Strat too that was just okay. Sold it. And I've got I've got 3 Strats right now. Got one that's like a 60s reissue, and I got 2 like I got 2 that are Mexican ones. One's got a humbucker in it. Anonymous says natural age, right? Yeah, that thing's like beat up as hell. That Les Paul back there. And he says it's gorgeous. The thing looks good. I mean, it looks pretty cool. Color changes when it ages. Yeah, it's probably darker than it was in the 70s, like from people smoking around it and all that good stuff. In fact, you can probably see it on here. You can see like how dark and tan colored the binding is on here, but if you look on the neck here where it's kind of worn, where I've been playing it, like it's still white, right? He says, "Hey Ed, you are a man of Kingfish." Appreciate. Are you a man of Kingfish? Don't know much of his stuff. Talking about the modern guy on YouTube, like they call Kingfish. Have a Squire Strat with lipstick surf pickups. Damn. I have a Japanese Strat, put in a Jimmy Vaughn drop-in unit. I fixed a Japanese Strat for somebody one time, and I thought it was a really good guitar. Never owned one. Ron Swanson says, "Haha, I was going to say the color was custom on account of all your smoking." Right, yeah. I think it got like that like before I got ownership of it though. But my dad never smoked. Like I think it just got that way just from sitting there for years and years. Well, he did smoke reefers, but yeah. Listen, Triple H says he's like 500 pounds. The Kingfish guy. I have seen him. Yeah, I've seen his stuff on YouTube. Christy Bush says, "Do you ever play ZZ Top?" Oh yeah, I play some ZZ Top. Play it with the band, actually. Back still fucking with me a little bit. I believe the record on that one was done in like an open tuning, like open G or something. Playing the album cuts. How does that go? Let me see. No. A bit of Manic Mechanic or something approaching that. So tired of playing LaGrange, like I decided to try a couple of off-the-wall ones, right?
Bus all day. Have mercy. Been waiting on the bus all day. Don't know the words.
About 10 years since I played that one in a band. Could tell it's been a while on a couple of those. Let me go back up here. Feeling good now that Ed's live. How about you? Yeah, appreciate that, man. Ed plays ZZ like he invented it. Like, almost. Almost. I still play LaGrange like just about every gig. The song uses a slide also. Yeah, like just got paid today. Yeah, right. Vincent Price Blues. Is there such a thing? When you were a pro like Ed, you make any song work on the guitar. I mean, I appreciate that. I just organized a bunch of old guitar parts from old boxes. I have a set of P90s. I might load them into something. You know, me personally, like I was never very impressed with P90s. I've got a hollow body in the house that's got P90s on it. I thought they were like a little too dark for me. Like they were kind of muddy sounding. What's your amp, Ed? It's a Super Champ X2, a Fender amp. It's a tube amp. Not a very big amp. It's probably like maybe 12 watts or something like that. Ron Swanson says, I put a set of pearly gates on a Japanese Yamaha and it was a blues machine. You talking about like old humbuckers that are Billy Gibbons like signature? I bet that sounded good. Red Wolf says, load them in a box and mail them to me. Talking about the P90s, I guess. And Anonymous says, so heavy. Yes, appreciate that. Billy Gibbons style, man. Yeah. I tried to sound a little bit. I mean, that Les Paul like does a pretty good impression of Billy Gibbons. Josh M says, I like ZZ Top song $10 Man. I don't even know if I know that one. I heard that one. And it says, Ed working that drone. Yes, sir. ZZ Top always kills at bars, especially when people get drunk around the middle of the second set. That's always when I play LaGrange at the second set. Yeah, I usually open the second set with it. Harold Smith says, Stack sounded beautiful on the Gibson. Great tone. Oh, thank you, man. I think I had the pickup in the middle, like with both pickups working. Do you know I'm bad? I'm nationwide. Let me think. I played it before. Let's see if I still know it. I don't know the words to it. Cause we bad nationwide. Oh, we bad. No, wait. Nationwide. I don't know what he's doing right there. Timmy Raven says, I never had a guitar with P90s. I might try it. I've got one. Never was impressed by them. I thought they were kind of muddy sounding to me. Tin Brown, a Brownie ZZ Top. Oh, I don't know that one. Red Wolf says, I had a 57 Les Paul with P90s. Wish I'd kept it. A 57, like a real one or a reissue? Definitely should have kept that if it was real. Learned recently that Billy Gibbons uses a Gretsch a lot. Yeah, he's got like this like solid body Gretsch, I think. Like I've seen him with it before. It's got kind of a weird shape to it. It's Blue Jean Blues. Ah, shit. I never played that one with a band. It's Only Love Is Driving Me Crazy. Chevrolet. She Wants a Pearl Necklace. That the greatest ZZ Top title ever. Yeah. Maybe outside of a Tube Snake Boogie. Got Legs. That's a popular one. So when you play guitar tracks, you haven't played from a decade or so. Is it muscle memory? I just kind of try to pull it out of my head. Like that's kind of the problem. Like a lot of the muscle memory isn't there, so I forget half of it. Right? Done, stuff I haven't done in like 10, 20 years. Just pulling what I can out of my brain. The Oil and the Gasoline. I like Thug by ZZ Top, and she's a heartbreaker. Red Wolf says, I think the early P90s are better than the new ones. Like, I don't know if the ones with the plastic cover sound better. Like the P90s I got on mine are metal covered. Swanson says, I remember an interview with Billy Gibbons where he said he used to play with a 50-cent piece as a pick. Okay, I always heard he used like a Mexican peso. Timmy Raven says, Ed, you need more muscle in your head. Right? Yeah, I think there's plenty up there. Martian Murray says, just got my first P90 guitar, a Mustang 90, hardtail Mustang. I didn't know they put P90s on any Fender guitars. Damn. A sip of my Courvoisier here. I know some of y'all watched Saturday Night Live back in the 90s. Got my bottle of Courvoisier. I have the same Gretsch as Billy Gibbons, solid body. Yeah, I don't know what that thing's called. I've seen it before. The Red Wolf one says soap bars. Right, that's what they call P90s. Ron Swanson says, thanks for trying it. Dr. Pop says, C30, C60, C90, go. Ron Swanson says it's motor memory. It comes back to you. Yeah, basically. Like you play a song you haven't played in like 15 years and you're kind of reaching for it in your brain and it clicks with your hands somehow. Christy Bush says, good one. Ron Swanson says, and 11 gauge strings. Now, I've always heard that Billy Gibbons used like ridiculously thin strings, like 8 gauge or something like that. Anonymous says, Jesus just left Chicago. I used to play that one in bands. I never sang it and stuff. I don't know the words to it. As a bluesman, what do you think of Lennon's song Your Blues off the White Album? Well, anybody knows me knows I'm a huge, insane Beatles fan. And yeah, I love that song. Love me some White Album. And it's got Clapton on it too, like playing some lead. My husband used to drink Courvoisier if they were out of if they were out of the Martels. Oh shit! Never tried Martels. Josh M says, "Is there a rapper drink?" I would say Tanqueray, maybe. You know, gin and juice, mind on my money on my mind. Unless you're talking about like drinks in general, then it'd probably be like a 40, you know, of Old English or something. Old E in my lap and it's freezing my balls. Easy E fucked up and got the 8-ball rolling. Says, damn, ZZ Top slams still. I had a chance to see them when the bass player was still alive, and I missed out on it. But they're still touring. Dusty Hill, that was his name, yeah. Says, yeah, 90s, son, was hilarious. You talking about the 90s rap, I guess? Yeah. I have sets of Billy Gibbons strings. They are 07s, 7 gauge. Okay, yeah. I don't know what I would do with that. I'd break the hell out of them, probably. And SNL. Oh, he's talking about SNL. Yeah. Back when SNL was good in the 1990s. Haven't been good for like 20 years. Had the ladies' man. He always had the bottle of Courvoisier. Nellie Moriarty says Steve Winwood. He did some pretty good stuff, you know, with Traffic and. Court, you know, he had that song that the Blues Brothers covered, you know, give me some loving every day. Played with Blind Faith, I believe, you know, with Clapton and Jack Bruce. Says, you play it, we'll all sing it. And Timmy Raven says, Robitussin. Yeah, you can get fucked up on that stuff pretty good. I got sick like one time, like with the flu, and went and did a gig, and I took a bottle of Tussin and just kind of turned up half the bottle, like whatever. And I got to the gig, and I was like, "Hey, what's up, man?" Hennessy, yeah, Hennessy's some pretty good stuff. That's usually like right next to the Courvoisier on the shelf. I meant that I put 11s on my Yamaha with the pearly gates. So you going for like that Stevie Ray Vaughan type of shit, huh? With the thick ass strings. Anonymous says codeine and pop. Thunderbird. Oh God, yeah. I had a bottle of Thunderbird when I was about 18 or 19 years old. That was like the worst shit I've ever drank in my damn life. Timmy Raven says the strings are wispy. Talking about the 7-gauge strings, I believe. Jimmy played a damn fine Beatles Sgt. Pepper's live. Oh yes, he did. Yeah, right when it came out, like it just hit the shelves like that week. He was good friends with Paul McCartney. Christy Bush says Remy Martin. That's some brandy there. And, Josh M says I saw them at Pikes Peak Center when I was working there. Let's see, who was that? You said talking about ZZ Top, maybe. Stevie Ray played 13s and up. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. 13-gauge strings on an electric guitar. Like kind of towards the end of his life, like he started getting tinnitus, not tinnitus, a tendonitis in his hands, and he had to like back down to 11s. Ron Swanson says I did so because SRV was my hero. And I can't play as heavy as him. He used man-sized strings, so I played 11s. Yeah, I don't know how in the hell he played like 13-gauge strings. I with high action too. He liked to set his action real high. Like, I mean, I would hate to get like pinched by that motherfucker. You know? Let's see. Christy Bush says, I'm a man talking about Muddy Waters. I said, if I knew the lyrics, I could probably do it. Like Mannish Boy, I guess you're referring to. Anonymous says, like they were 7s. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't know what I would do with 7-gauge strings. Like that's just too thin. I wouldn't put that on a banjo. Timmy Rabin says Robo messes you up. Robo. What's Robo? Josh M says yes. ZZ Top saw ZZ Top. Okay. ZZ Top made my mother pass out one time, like back in the 80s. Like she was probably like imbibing and stuff. Like when she went to the concert, got in the front row. They came out. First song started playing Manic Mechanic. They had just come out with it. And she passed out and had to be taken out of the building. Like the pressure of the music, like just knocked her ass out. I'd imagine back then it would be hard just to find 13s. Well, I mean, like back in the 80s when Stevie Ray Vaughan was going, you know, they had come out with a lot of different kinds of strings by then. But I mean, if you go back in time to like the 50s and 60s, the stock strings on guitars, like from the factory, would be pretty damn thick. Like some guitars even had flat wounds on them, like just factory. They didn't start getting into really thin strings until the 1960s. Timmy Raven says, I have the Surf Strat set up with Nashville tuning. Ever had a guitar strung that way? Actually, yes. I've got an Alvarez acoustic in the house that's got the... it's basically like you take the thin strings that you would have on a 12 string and put them on the acoustic. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, the Nashville tuning. They use it for recording a lot. Anonymous says, I suggest Stevie played 13s like they were 7s because he was so coked up and in the zone. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, he was into coke and liquor and shit. He says, I have man hands, but I tried 13 and it was a joke. I mean, I couldn't imagine. Like maybe as a gag one day, I might take my Stratocaster and put some 13 gauge strings on them and just see what happens. Like do a video about it. Like do a Stevie Ray Vaughan setup at like as close as I can get it. Timmy Raven says you could mail order strings in the 80s for a good price from Musician Supply. Yeah, they had plenty of stuff like on the market like by that point back in the 80s. Super glued his fingertips on at times just to play, some say. I believe it, man. Fantastic. Yeah, I've heard that story. Timmy Raven says, yeah, Nashville has a real high crystal kind of sound. It's wild. Basically, like anytime you hear a 12-string guitar on a modern record, what you're actually hearing is a regular acoustic and then another track with an acoustic with the thinner strings of a 12-string on it, like blended with it, because 12 strings tend to have like tuning problems and intonation problems and all that stuff, and so instead of using like an actual 12 string on records, people will just layer like two guitars together, regular guitar and another guitar with thin, like, you know, real thin strings on it, to get the 12 string effect. It's called Nashville tuning. Yeah. Ron Swanson says Eric Clapton said he first heard SRV on the radio in the car and couldn't wait to find out who that was. So much so that he couldn't stop thinking about it. Stevie played like a punch in the face. He had power, I tell you that, yeah. Like, I mean, yeah, I'd probably kill for that fucking sound he had. But it's apparently kind of hard to get, you know, because just the guitar setup he had, using a damn Dumble amp, which today cost about $100,000. And Harold Smith says Wham. I don't think I know any Wham. And Timmy Raven says with the 12-string strings. Yeah, right. Anonymous says, seriously though, the tone of 13 gauge is unmatched. Yeah, I mean, the thicker your strings get, like the more dynamics you get, that's one thing. Yeah, and they start to get like more of a, I don't know, I hate this word, a warm sound. But yeah, because you kind of reach a dynamic limit on thin strings. Like you hit them really hard, they don't get any louder. It's kind of like they got a limiter on them or something, or like compression or something. Ron Swanson says, do it. SRV setup would be a great video. I think some guy did a video like that. I might try it myself. I think I remember seeing a YouTube video where it's like, I tried Stevie Ray Vaughan's setup. Says Alan Cepeda says, I love SRV. Hey, I like me some SRV too. Timmy Raven says, holy shit, I didn't know it was holy shit, I didn't know it was because it was more in tune than a 12 string. That makes sense. I thought it was because it sounded cool by itself, right? You know, like those Tom Petty records you hear with a 12 string on them, that's not an actual 12 string. That's two guitars blended together, one with you know, the lighter strings from a 12 string on it. Yeah. Or like, you know, country songs these days that have a 12 string on them, the few that do now. Dr. Pop says, do you think that the advancements in guitar manufacturing over the past 100 years or so has changed how blues and music in general I mean, probably not more than any other kind of music, like rock and roll. You know, they figured out the whammy bar, and they figured out the guitar pedals. One thing that has changed is these days you can get a really cheap guitar that's pretty damn good because we have CNC machines now. You can buy a guitar from China that's, just like an American one you might have got in the 60s. Ron Swanson says, I use super glue when I play 11s to keep my fingers from getting wrecked. Anyone else do that? I never tried the super glue. Timmy Raven says the thickness of strings makes you play differently. It kind of does, yeah. But I do play an acoustic like differently than I play an electric because the thicker strings on there don't do as many bends on it. Anonymous says, I truly meant it, Ed, though. You got more traditional blues stylings than Stevie, dude. Time will tell. Well, he didn't really play, the old pre-war stuff. He was kind of a, more of a newer guy. He was a hell of a fucking electric guitar player. I wonder if he ever played slide. Like, is there a Stevie Ray Vaughan slide song out there? I've always wondered about that. SRV's Double Trouble song, Wham. Oh, okay. Not the lame-ass, limey pop band. Right. That's one I wasn't familiar with. So the Wham was a SRV song, okay. Anonymous says, especially Ed's slide style. Seriously, I appreciate that. Timmy Raven says, I think in the modern day, more people have access to affordable guitars. Yeah, that's true. Like before they had like CNC machines and all that good stuff. If you bought a cheap guitar, you got a cheap fucking guitar. Now, like, not so much. It says a SRV slide thing. So he did have like one slide song. Always loved that rhythm he came up with to Pride and Joy. Probably going to do a video on that one day. Damn it. This thing's sounding right.
Well, I heard about love, give shot to the blind. My baby's loving called the sun to shine. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Well, I love my baby with heart and soul. My baby love won't never grow old. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Well, I love my baby. She's long and lean. You mess with her, you see a man get mean. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Wine. Stick with her to the end of time. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Well, I love my baby with heart and soul. Love like honor won't never grow old. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy.
That was some decent Stevie Ray for a Les Paul. Gibson likes to fight you on some SRV. Just gotta love that Les Paul. Appreciate that. You know, Randall from Florida. Trying to read that font there. He says, "I'm not worthy to play SRV." Oh, there's some stuff by him you could probably pick up, you know. Gina, hang on, lost the chat here. Gina Ferracini says, "Awesome, appreciate that." Randall from Florida says, "Lightning Hopkins, yes, but SRV, nah." Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Lightning has some easier stuff to do, you know. Then he says, "Woot woot." Ron Swanson says, "Get it, brother." Appreciate that, man. Anonymous says, "Damn straight." D. Merck says, "Wow." Appreciate y'all liking that. And Randall from Florida says, that's all right. It says, that's right. Play it, pick it, and it'll never heal. Let me see what we got here. I dig the hat. The hat here is from American Hatmakers. It's called a Jawa hat. You can actually go to the link in my description. It's an affiliate link, and if you pick up a hat from them, it'll actually help me out a little bit. And they're having a Labor Day sale, like from today, like through next week, if you use the code LD23. David Hicks says, LOL, yeah, just decent, ha ha ha, you were so humble. Yeah, you gotta be humble, man. Harold Smith says, would be great to see you play live at some venue in the South. Unfortunately, I'm an ocean and a continent away. Grateful for your effort, talent, and YouTube. Never stop. Well, I appreciate that. Where are you at, Harold Smith? You in the UK or Australia, like one of those type of places? Gerald Brown says, I'm glad I tuned in, Ed. I saw SRV on June 16th, 1989 at Kingswood Music Theatre, Canada's Wonderland. I was so glad I got to see him. Yeah, I wish I could have seen him. I was a kid when he died. In fact, I think he might have died in 89, didn't he? Yeah. Nellie Moriarty says, good as always, signing off. Keep singing and playing. All right, I'll see you later, Nellie. Ron Swanson says, Clapton said he was the only guitarist that seemed to be an open channel, never getting stuck. He said even he would get jammed up, but never SRV. Yeah, he always had like some good improv, in his back pocket. So Randall says, got your sub. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, y'all like, subscribe, and share, as they say here on YouTube. He says, I want to get me a Ronnie Van Zant high roller hat, and I'll check that link out. Yeah, this ain't too far off from what he wore, is it? I don't think so. Dr. Pop says, here in the UK, I love that. I appreciate that. Brian B says, I was trying to remember who played a 12-string. Roger McGuinn, he was the guy. Yeah, the guy from the Byrds, right. Now back in the 60s, he actually was using a 12-string and not using the old Nashville trick. Randall says, I play a lot of acoustic stuff. I've been on an open G kick lately. Yeah, that's what a lot of old blues stuff is in, like the open G tuning called Spanish tuning. Like Crossroads blues, that's an open A, but same tuning basically. Dr. Pop says, but I have to admit that I had Sweet Home Chicago in my head. Sorry. I'll hit that in a second. Anonymous says, I love Stevie Ray. You know what though? If when you're ready for some real back porch whiskey blues, then Edward Phillips, in my estimation. Well, yeah, I kind of, I do a lot of the old, kind of acoustic country blues and stuff. Randall says, SRV probably went to the Crossroads. He was out of this world. Yeah. I mean, like one of the greatest guitar players of all time. Like he kind of transcended blues music. I mean, he's not just known as a great blues guitarist. He's known as a great guitarist, Get a beer here. Actually, y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside real quick and take care of some business. All right. Harold Smith says Thailand, on a small island in the Gulf of Thailand. That's where he's at. He says, come visit. I know I can line you up some gigs. Like, Thais appreciate talent. Yeah, that never been over to Asia and stuff. You know, my wife's Chinese too. Never been to China. Speaking of which, let me see. Yeah, I got got some Chinese, like, 1,000-year eggs here. If you can see the picture on the box there, $20, I'll eat one. That's the deal. Like, people super chat me $20, I eat a fucking egg. So. Steve Strecker says, hello from Michigan. What's up from South Kakalaki, man? Randall says, I never owned a 12 string. I got a cheap one in the house. Need to string it back up. Need strings on it. I've done a few videos with it. He says, I have a 1968 Yamaha FG 140 that my uncle gave me a couple of years ago. He bought me that guitar the year I was born. He's also a luthier and built my custom acoustic. Oh shit, I wish I knew a luthier. The ones I know charge lots of money for stuff. Want me to refret your guitar? That'd be $300. He says, nice to meet everyone. Nice to meet you too, man. David Hicks says, the first guitar I bought was a Norman acoustic 12 string, but I took six of the machine heads off and converted it into a freakish looking 6 string. Supposedly the early stuff that Skip James recorded, like back in the 30s and shit, he was doing on a 12 string Stella that just had 6 strings on it. I put Grover's on the FG. Grover's good tuners. Ron Swanson says, will you do a shot of shine with me? Yeah, I'll do some with you. Y'all trying to kill me with this corn liquor. Where's the shot glass? Keep losing my shot glass. Well, fuck me. Look. You just hang tight right there, Swanson, and I'll find my shot glass. Oh, here it is, back here. Okay. All right. 120 proof corn liquor, Sugarland Shine Mountain Legacy corn whiskey. I believe probably out of Gatlinburg. Pretty rough shit. Got some fire in it. Cheers, y'all. Kimpai. Anonymous says $20 on the way via PayPal. Uh-oh. He's gonna make me eat that damn egg. I have to check my PayPal here. Let me log on to my PayPal, like, so I can see if I get his contribution, so I'll know if I have to eat the egg. Come on, slow computer. Okay. Well, I got it pulled up here. Just let me know when you send it, and I'll I'll whip out that damn egg. And what else we got here? Skinnerd makes me proud to be Floridian. So I guess it's like Marshall Tucker is for us here in South Carolina, you know. He says that's so cool, Randall. I bought my Norman used, and the lady told me her husband bought it new in 1976, the year I was born. I had no choice but to buy it. Says, can you play Scuttlebutt? I just played that one a while ago, actually. Did you miss it? And Randall says, I'm going to take me a shot of Beam. Oh, you know, for that American bourbon, like I got to buy the Gentleman Jack Off. You know, the Gentleman Jack. That's the bourbon I like. Well, that's sour mash, but you know, same thing basically. Checking my PayPal here. Still. Could you play Honeyman by Tim Buckley? I'd love to hear it in your way. I don't think I know that one. My custom was appraised at $5,000, but I wouldn't take $50,000. Like the custom, what kind of custom? Let's see. Says I just drink mine from the head. Steve Stricker says, no, just get you high and not kill you, buddy. you could probably get pretty tore up on this thing here, like with 120 proof. Used to do weird tunings on a 12 string. You can get a crazy phase effect. I had never tried that. I always kept mine in standard or tuned down, like for some of the lead belly stuff. Anonymous says, chow down, Ed. All right. See, not getting nothing on the PayPal side of things here. Let me see. Not showing up on here. I think I see a Maker's Mark bottle back there. Yeah, it's empty. This was actually the Maker's Mark number 46 French oak. It's kind of a different, kind of taste. Got like vanilla kind of taste to it. He says, yeah, he liked Makers too. Yeah, I'm kind of all over the map, but I mostly like different kinds of whiskey. I found one of George Jones' vodka bottles in an orange grove next to him and Tammy's mansion they lived in here in Lakeland, Florida. Damn, did you keep it? How much you want to sell it for? I'm a little behind Ron and Ed, but I just scrounging up a shot of shine my buddy brewed up. This stuff is really years old, literally years old, and I forgot it was in the back of the cupboard. Damn, it hit that shit, man. Ron says, cool, David. If you save it a bit, we'll do another in a bit. Yeah, man. Randall says, my acoustic is custom. Okay, the custom when your luthier guy like built for you. Okay, yeah. Has a red cedar top, walnut sides, walnut back and neck. I don't think I've ever played like a walnut guitar. Like some classical guitars have cedar and stuff. Gina says, low battery, bye. That was so cool. I see you later, Gina. Glad you enjoyed it. Anonymous says, I see it went through Ed, and thank you for spoiling us this every sir. oh, I see it went through. Okay. Let me see here. Let me do a refresh on my page. Let's see. All right. You know what? I'll take your word for it. I don't see it in my recent activity on here, but might be PayPal like being stupid. I'll take your word for it. I'll eat the damn egg. All right. All right, so gonna have a little culinary adventure here with one of these Chinese 1,000-year eggs. I need to make sure I've got a beer handy to wash this damn thing down with. You know. All right. Well, I guess we'll see if an anonymous there has actually fucked me over, but like hadn't showed up on my PayPal yet. But we'll go ahead and eat one. And then get a good looking one. Yeah, here we go. All right, the Chinese 1,000-year egg, aged in lye. Randall says, "Bon appetit." Yeah, right. D Merck sends $20. Okay, so like even if I don't get the $20 from anonymous, I still got $20 from D Merck. Thank you very much for that, sir. I mean, I probably got a delay on my PayPal. You know, PayPal is kind of stupid sometimes. You know, but we're gonna eat the egg. Yeah, still ain't saying shit on here. Okay. So this here's a duck egg, not a chicken egg. You can kind of see the weird color it takes on, like when it's aged. These like dark like dots all over it. We got to peel it. So I'll peel it into this glass here, like I did last week. Okay, it'll take me a minute to peel it. Randall says, "Mighty kind of him." yeah, I appreciate y'all, man. Like, you know, helping me out here and trying to kill me. Hang on. Oh, and the egg is starting to appear here. See, it's black. And Randall says, "You got bigger balls than me." Oh, come on, man. You're a fucking Florida man. Like, there ain't no telling what you've done in your life, man. So David Hicks says, "No, that's $40 to do 2 eggs in 2 weeks." Shit. Randall says, "Probably smells nasty, like it's got kind of a faint like ammonia taste to it, like these things. I believe they do develop like a little bit of ammonia in them when they make them. They just take it and put it in lye and age it for months. Or sometimes they'll age them in a wood ash, which has lye in it, like wet wood ash and clay." Rat and Roll says, is that a Les Paul? Yes, that's a 1970s Les Paul back there. Les Paul Custom. And D. Merck says, welcome all. We're having fun here. Well, some people are having fun. I'm about to eat this Chinese egg. Said it was nice knowing you, Ed. Well, I appreciate it, man. Kendall says that's true. Harold Smith says, we have eggs dyed pink, blue in Thailand. Never had the guts to try one. Better than me. They probably have these in Thailand. They got them like all over Asia. Just getting it peeled here. Takes a minute to peel eggs, you know. Anonymous says, don't eat it. Skip it, Ed. Don't eat it, man. I'm going to eat it. I'm going to eat this motherfucker. People pay me. Check that PayPal one more time, too. All right. Randall says, F that. Says, yes, a very old one. Yeah. So you can see the egg like, you know, just black, brown jelly, basically. Anonymous says, take the money and run. I do believe there is like a delay on PayPal, like for stuff showing up though. But like Mr. Anonymous who paid me, like I do appreciate that, man. You know, if you're not trolling me, but and I appreciate that $20 from Mr. D. Merck. All right, it's out. I got it. So here she is. Just, you know, brown jelly. Let me get my beer open here. I'm going to need something to wash this down with, if you can imagine. These are not pleasant. They're not like as fucked up as they look, but they're not good either. It says you got to chew it slow, savor the moment. Yeah. Ron Swanson says, you're a good dude, Ed, but if you keep eating those, we will be mourning your loss. Maybe. D. Merck says, down the hatch. Vic Morrison, $5, says, gotta have a shot with that. Might take a shot of something with this. All right, here we go. Bon appetit. You can see the yolk now. It's like a dark green color. I got that on camera. Anonymous says, "Love you, Ed." It's like they're they're saying their last goodbyes to me and shit. What's the yolk look like? Let me bite into it here. So if you can see the yolk there, just like a dark green, kind of has the consistency of like baby shit or something. And now like in the yolk, like that's where you taste the fucking ammonia. Got like a pissy, like Windex taste to it, but it's kind of faint. Ed is the Eggman, yeah, and the Walrus. Oh, the Vic like sent the $5. That was a super chat. Okay, I didn't realize that. Got to have a shot with that, he says. Thank you very much for that super chat, man. Really appreciate that. Kind of distracted by this damn egg here. Whoa. It's like a faint, like kind of ammonia type flavor, like very faint though. Windex, piss, something like that. Window cleaner, right? But also kind of buttery. Let's see there. Randall says, I wonder what the shelf life is on them, like 50 years. Like, I don't know. They last a while. See more of the yolk there. See, it's kind of like a green, like a real dark, like kind of monkey shit green or something. I need a swallow. It looks chocolatey and kind of delicious. Well, I can assure you it's not chocolatey. Ron Swanson says, Ed, have you noticed that very recently Super Chats, PayPals, and subs have gone up? It sure seems like it to me. Well, I mean, the channel's doing pretty decent. All right, that's it. I made it through. That's the Chinese 1,000-year egg, or century egg, or 100-year egg they call them. Basically, the pickled egg from hell. I got the little bit of ammonia in there, like kind of going up through my sinuses. D. Merck says, I'll eat green lettuce, but green eggs, not so much. Well, have you ever tried green eggs and ham? Rat and Roll says, do you know how to play Lightning Hopkins, Let Me Play With Your Poodle? I don't know that one, but I can do Bring Me My Shotgun. I have to wash this damn egg down. Now, let me put this back in the fridge. Thank y'all for playing along. And we'll play a little blues here while I burp up this fucking egg. All right, let's play some music here. Brian B says, "Funky Ed, you earned your $1." Yeah, I think that's about worth about $20. Randall says, "Well, I gotta go, Ed. It was fun while it lasted. Keep on rocking, horse. I'll see you later, Randall." And he says, "Peace out, man." All right. Josh M says, "Is it really rotten eggs or just soaked in brine?" Well, it's more of a chemically changed egg. Like somehow the lye reacts with the egg. There's really no sulfur in it like you'd expect with a rotten egg. He asked, feeling better than last weekend? Yeah, I'm moving better. Back's much better this week. Can't have a damn capo covering up the logo on my resplendent fucking Gibson custom Les Paul. Bring me my shotgun. Lightning bound to go shoot again. Bring me my shotgun. Lightning bound to go shoot again. Gonna shoot my old lady. Caught her messing around with too many men. Bring me my shotgun. Lord, in a pocket full of shells. Bring me my shotgun. Lord, in a pocket full of shells. I'm gonna shoot my old lady, throw her down in that deep dug well. She said, Lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. I just dare you to try. She said, Lightning, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. Well, I just dare you to try. Only reason I don't shoot you right now, baby, my double barrel shotgun just won't fire. And Ron Swanson sends Canadian $6.99 Voodoo Child, please. He says, all right. I appreciate that super chat, man. I'll do some Voodoo Child for you. And good on you, Ed. Appreciate that. Frank Zappa lyric says, give me your dirty love like your mama makes that funky poodle chew. Triple H says, try laying on your stomach on an exercise ball. Yeah, I'm pretty much over the rough part of the back thing. Like I'm doing pretty good this week. Let's do some Voodoo Child for Ron Swanson. Appreciate that super chat, man. Hang on.
chop it down with the edge of my hand. I pick up all the pieces and make an island. Might even raise a little sand. 'Cause I'm a voodoo child. Lord knows I'm a voodoo child. I didn't mean to take up all your sweet time. Give it right back to you one of these days. I didn't mean to take up all your sweet time. Give it right back to you one of these days. If I don't meet you no more in this world, I meet you in the next one. Don't be late. Don't be late. 'Cause I'm a voodoo child. Lord knows I'm a voodoo child.
Little Voodoo Child there. Said when we can hear every lip smacking moment. Lightning gives a shotgun lovers a bad name. Yeah, I got me a couple of shotguns. Double barrel 12 gauge, actually. Anonymous says, somebody make this boy a star. Damn, Edward. Well, you know, there aren't too many stars in music now that actually play anything. So. You got a fan in Lightning Hopkins. You got a fan at Lightning Hopkins. Rat and Roll says, how loud is your amp? Not very loud, actually. I'm trying to balance the amp with the mic here. Like I'm picking up like the amp and my voice on this one mic. So I hope it's balanced. David Hicks says, imagine how trippy it would be for Hendrix to hear this shit. He would think he was having a trip. or he might be like, hey man, that boy fucking sucks. I don't know. No idea. Anonymous says, I'm blown away, Ed. Appreciate that. Ron Swanson says, deadly as usual, brother. Thank you very much. David Hicks says, laughing my ass off. That's just too much. Wow, the teeth come on. Hang on. He says, wow, the teeth come on. You need to be touring. Come to Blues and White in Edmonton, please. Yeah, up in Canada. Yeah, I wish I could make it up there, man. Been trying to get on some festivals, but most of these festivals, like they're fucking run by committees and all this kind of stuff. Hard to get in on those. I have played a few. But, you know, I play all over Georgia and South Carolina and all that. David Hicks says, laughing my ass off. That's just too much. I read that. Robson Cruz says, amazing, Ed. Love this song. Appreciate that, man. Ron Swanson says, wow, encore. Might have an encore in me somewhere. David Hicks says, sorry, Blues on White. It's a sweet blues bar here. Oh, okay, up in, Edmonton, Alberta. And David Hicks says, sorry, I haven't been there for too long. Oh, okay. Yep. Yeah, another swallow of my lovely Courvoisier. Good shit, good shit. Rat and Roll says, can you play any Rat? Well, I mean, the one by them that I remember is, you know, Round and Round. And I'm not sure if I remember how it goes. Let me see. Maybe I can pull it out of my head. I don't know.
Round and round, na, 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 just every time. Round and round, na, 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 na.
Something like that. Yeah, the old hair metal like never was my style of music. I actually had that album for a while, and I gave it to a metalhead friend of mine. David Hicks says, sadly, I haven't been there. I read that already. But Triple H says, Ed, have you heard of the Mac Lads? I don't think I have. I should do the Triple H voice. Ed, have you ever heard of the Mac Lads? Guy's running WWE now. David Hicks says, you mentioned Skip James on a modified 12-string earlier. Can you play one of his? I got to get some of his shit back together. Play some weird stuff. I haven't played it in a while. I could probably do Crow Jane, like if I tune down. Yeah, let me smoke this thing. I'll do you some Crow Jane. Anonymous says, in my opinion, Rat blows Motley Crue out of the water. I always dug Rat more. Yeah. Don't know too much of their stuff, like outside the couple of hits they had. Time to play the game. D. Merck says, peace, love, and happiness, y'all. I'm out of here. Ed, thank you again for doing this. Get Stagger Lee out on a record so I can buy it, please. Well, does Stagger Lee's like available for download? You know, I got it on Bandcamp. But yeah, I'd catch you later, D. Merck. Let me cut this air conditioner back on. Y'all hear like Psycho Sid just died? Like, you know, like from wrestling? Kind of sucks. He was part of the famous, you know, Shockmaster video stuff. Big dude, you know. Let me see. I have to tune my acoustic down to play some Crow Jane. It says Psycho Sid was a golden age wrestler. Yeah. I mean that was back when the stuff was cool, you know, and you could actually watch it without falling asleep and shit. Let's tune down a whole step, actually. Riveting watching the guy tune the guitar, you know. Says, how do you know it's tuned? It's just you know, just knowing like how the strings like relate to one another and stuff. Still is for the most part just punk from that era though. Talking about like CM Punk. Said Jimmy was damn fine, and you did a damn fine job. I'd appreciate that, man. Rip Sid, Rip Wild Samoans, yeah. And them wrestlers, man, they drop like flies, you know. Kind of hated it when Ole Anderson died. Y'all remember him? Like, are y'all that old? Like, one of my all-time faves is Skip James' Hard Time Killing Floor Blues. I've been thinking about doing a video on that one. Ron Swanson says he was talking about you liking punk. Oh, okay, yeah. Hey, let me go back to that comment. Still is for the most part, just punk from that era. Yeah, that's all I liked back then, like, musically. Got to find my thumb pick here. All right.
Don't you hold your head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die. I'm gonna buy me a pistol, buy me 40 rounds of ball. Should Crow Jane just to see a ball. Got to fall. That's the reason I bet Crow Jane not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die. And I dug a grave with a silver spade. Ain't nobody gonna take my Crow Jane's place. No. That's the reason I bet Crow Jane not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, no, got to die, got to die. You know I let her down with a golden chain. Everything called out Crow Jane thing. No, 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 no. That's the reason I beg Crow Jane not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die. I never miss that water till the well run dry. I didn't miss Crow Jane until she died, till she died. That's the reason I beg Crow Jane not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die. And I dug a grave 6 feet in the ground. Didn't know I loved her till they let her down, till they let her down. That's the reason I beg Crow Jane not to hold her head up high. Someday, baby, you know, got to die, got to die.
Says Jimmy Snuka. Oh yeah, he was back in the day and stuff. Might have kind of probably killed his wife or girlfriend or whatever. Wild Samoans, Roman Reigns' uncles. All those Samoan wrestlers are like from the same family. Yeah, like The Rock and all them. Says, I like the Skip James song, I'm So Glad. I can kind of do a little bit of that one. Said Ed likes punk. I assumed he grew up on Delta blues. I had a pretty weird musical upbringing. I grew up on bluegrass actually as a kid. You know, got a little bit into like grunge and stuff when that came out. Got into punk in the later part of the 90s because the stuff on the radio by then kind of sucked. And got into got into blues when I was in high school actually. You know, at the same time I got into punk and stuff, and was into psychedelic music also. Let's see if I can remember I'm So Glad, like at least a little bit of it. Gotta retune again. Bug on me. Do I remember it? Let's see. Almost. I'm so glad, I'm glad, I'm glad, I'm glad, I'm glad. Tired of weeping, I'm tired of moaning, tired of groaning over you. That's about all I remember of it. Anonymous says, see what I mean? SRV is so great for polished studio blues. Edward Phillips is so great for back porch whiskey street blues. Tell me I'm wrong. Fantastic, man. I appreciate that, man. If you ain't got money, you got if you ain't got money, you got the blues. Yep, pretty much. Right. Send me some super chats and take my blues away. Triple H says, what songs of bluegrass? Well, I grew up like with some of the last people of the first generation of that kind of music, like Bill Monroe. Met a lot of those guys. Met Bill Monroe, Ralph Stanley, stuff like that. Flat and Scruggs type stuff. Do you know Reverend Horton Heat? Yeah, I actually passed up a chance to see him one time. He actually came to the local punk club, like rockabilly guy, and I missed him. Like about 20 years ago. Do you like Rush? I've got like a weird relationship with Rush, actually. Like just hearing their records it drives me insane. I love watching their live stuff. I actually buy their well back when DVDs were a thing. I used to buy their DVDs and watch them. I love to watch them play live because it's like crazy. Just watching three guys do all that shit, like me and progressive rock have kind of a complex relationship. A lot of stuff I like, a lot of stuff I don't like. I prefer watching Rush play live. Triple H says, you play fast. I appreciate that, man. David Hicks says, I think Ed can play just about any finger-picking bluegrass, and I think he can play the banjo. Yeah, I play a little bit of banjo. Yep. Where is that fucking thing? Play a little bit of banjo. David Hicks says, love the fast version. Talking about like that Skip James song. Anonymous says he can and does, Dave. Yeah. Triple H says, I wish I could play like that. It takes a while. Triple H says, Rush sucks. They're from Canada. Hey, there's some good shit from Canada, man. I fucking love the Guess Who. Probably one of my top 10 rock and roll bands, the damn Guess Who. Anonymous says, Middletown Blues might be my favorite Rush tune. I don't think I'm familiar with that one. Anonymous says, Power Windows, incredible Rush album. See, I'm not like an expert on them. I just know like the crazy shit I see them play live on like DVDs or YouTube videos and stuff like that. You got the obvious stuff like 2112. That's a big famous Rush album, but like as far as like progressive rock, like my favorite prog rock band would probably have to be Jethro Tull. Like the flute action, King Crimson would probably be one too. Can you play Beverly Hillbillies or Earl's Breakdown? I might be able to fuck them up. And again, not a full-time banjo player. Focus, camera, focus. Come on. Look at my face, Mr. Camera. Camera being stupid. Okay. flub that one. That's the Beverly Hillbillies. Earl's Breakdown. Probably fucked this one up too. He does like a detuning thing, like yeah, and you know, on the banjo. Rat and Roll says BTO. I think he means a Bachman Turner Overdrive. Good Canadian band. Had Randy Bachman from the Guess Who. Vic Morrison says Trippin' came to town not long ago. Hall of the Mountain Kings was a trip. He says Robert Fripp. Okay, damn. Didn't know he was still touring. He's got to be pretty old by now. I fucking remember when you could not get a new recording of King Crimson. Like, you had to find their old records. They had no CDs out and stuff. Like, you just go to like a record store and be like, you know where I can get some King Crimson? Like, I don't know. Call Robert Fripp. Right. Then he says, wee-hoo, about the banjo picking. Anonymous says, Jethro Tull took us to a place we weren't aware of. Not everyone made it alive. Watch your step. Yeah, like Tull had that kind of medieval thing going on for a while. Especially with the flute playing and stuff. I've seen him twice. Well, 3 times if you count seeing Ian Anderson solo. Got like a whole shitload of Tull records down there. Dr. Pop, £2. Appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Interested to see if that one guy's the anonymous guy's $20 came in for the old egg I ate there. Favorite Tull album, by the way, got to be Songs from the Wood, probably. Y'all give me 1 second here. Let me check my PayPal. Nope. Okay. Never mind. Anonymous says, thanks for looking. It still hadn't showed up, though. Probably PayPal, just being stupid. Anyways, questions, comments, y'all? Would you play a little slide for us, Ed? Yeah. All right.
Johnny looked down the other side. The mountain was so tall, John Henry was so small. Laid down his hammer and he cried, Lord, Lord. Laid down his hammer and he cried. Had his captain by his side. The last words that John Henry spoke plainly: good drink of water before I die, Lord, Lord. Good drink of water before I die. Captain, I wanna go to bed. Well, fix me a pallet, I wanna lie down. Got a mighty road in my head, Lord, Lord. Got a mighty road in my head.
Dr. Pop says Robert is still with Toya, and they have their own YouTube channel. Damn fine. Fripp is, hang on, like, went past the. Fripp is still rocking, and Toya is still looking fine and dandy. Their new stuff is worth checking out. I have to look that up, man. Old Robert Fripp. Then Rat and Roll says Middletown Dreams. I don't know if I know that one. Midwest Adventure says, what's the name of that song? That's John Henry. That's an old song, about probably well over 100 years old, like a traditional song. Probably came out of Appalachia somewhere. It's like Appalachian style blues, basically. Josh M says Annihilator, heavy metal band. They're from Canada. Don't think I've heard of them. Rat and Roll says David Hick. Anonymous says Dave. The tune is on Power Windows by Rush. Okay. Rat and Roll says John Henry Midway. Yeah, he's correcting him on the song title there. David Hick says, yes, love that every time. Appreciate that, man. Hick says, okay, I messed up looking for Middletown Blues. Anonymous says Lightning Ed. Appreciate that, man. Groover says sweet playing, buddy. Appreciate that a lot. Questions, comments, y'all? Triumph is from Canada. I didn't know that. I'd love to hear Look Over Yonder as well. Oh, I don't think I know that one. Triple H says, I think U2 sucks. I'm with you, buddy. Rat and Roll says, can you play a Texas Flood or Scuttle Button? I actually did a Scuttle Button earlier. I could probably do some Texas Flood. If I can remember it. Texas Flood, let's see.
down in Texas, and the telephone lines are down. Flooding down in Texas, Lord, and the telephone lines are down. Trying to call my baby, can't hear a single sound. The dark clouds are rolling in. Lord, I'm standing out in the rain. Dark clouds are rolling in. Lord, I'm standing out in the rain. If I don't find my baby, gonna drop on me sand. Leaving you, baby. Lord, I'm going back home to stay. Lord, I'm leaving you, baby. Lord, I'm going back home to stay. Lord, where I come from, ain't no tornadoes, and the sun shines every day.
Right, so that's a T-Bone Walker / Stevie Ray Vaughan. Sounds much better with a band. Do you know any Booker White? Yeah. Let's see.
Get your nightcap, mama, and your gown. Night before day, we're gonna shake 'em on down. Well, must I holler? Oh, must I shake 'em on down? Well, I done stopped hollering. Must I shake 'em on down? Save these chili peppers through the week. Say these chili peppers gonna make me some sunny day. Well, must I holler? Oh, must I shake 'em on down? Well, I must shake 'em on down. Ain't been to Georgia, I've been told. Georgia women got the best jelly roll. Well, must I holler? Oh, must I shake 'em on down? Well, I done stopped hollering. Must I shake 'em on down? They do something to me, don't know what it is. Get me drunk at that old whiskey still. Well, must I holler? Hey, must I shake 'em on down? Well, I done stopped hollering. Must I shake 'em on down? CC Mama, you done caused me to love you now. Now your man done coming. Must I holler? Hey, must I shake 'em on down? Well, must I holler? Must I shake 'em on down? Fix my supper, go to bed. This white lightning done gone to my head now, baby. Must I holler? Hey, must I shake 'em on down? Well, I done stopped hollering. Must I shake 'em on down?
There's a Book of White there. That's the song that got him out of prison. Governor of fucking Mississippi let him out for recording that song. Apparently back in those days you could have a hit song and get out of jail free. Do you know Big Iron? I don't think I know that one. I've only played open tuning so far. Mostly only a E, but a tiny bit of D and G. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's good for slide stuff. David Hick, Texas Blues Alley, Active Melody, Corey Congilio. Have to look that up. So thank you, Rat. I will check that out to all YouTube channels, I assume. Dr. Pop says it's still Sweet Home Chicago. Might play that one like in a little bit. Juke Vox says, can you do Proper Strangers off the Guess Who American Woman LP? I don't know that one. Wish I could play piano like that fucking guy. I'd bring my keyboard out here and play some of that stuff. The old Burton Cummings. I can play on the piano. I can play These Eyes. I used to know how to do Rain Dance. Anonymous says Ed isn't even sweating Led Zeppelin's version, totally original version. I didn't know Led Zeppelin did it. Like Shake 'Em On Down. Dr. Pop says, do you think that the chord change is the same, different words with a bit of new twiddly bits? It's the same chord progression, you know. It's just old 12-bar blues. About the same key, like Sweet Home Chicago is like usually done in E. That song's in D. Ron Swanson says, I'll do a shot when you guys are ready. All right. Well, I tell you what, we'll take a vote. I'm going to lay off the moonshine right now. It's a pretty heavy shit. But I'll let y'all vote between my Courvoisier for the ladies and some Jameson's Irish whiskey. What do y'all say? Get them votes in. We got a vote for Jameson's from Ron Swanson. So, you know, Courvoisier French Cognac or Jameson's Irish Whiskey. That cigarette. And he says, shit, Ron, I'm ready, dude. You're late. He was asking the best way to progress his slide playing. You talking about old Dr. Pop up here? Which, I mean, yeah, like Sweet Home Chicago and Shake 'Em On Down is like pretty much the same progression. Getting votes for Jameson's. David Hicks says, I'm good to go, Ron, but it's some honey shine this time. Says, LOL, that was the fastest vote ever, Ron. Rat and Roll says, oh, slide playing. I thought you meant blues guitar in general. Active melody is good. Corey Congilio and Texas Blues Alley are good for electric blues. Oh, okay, like it's people having conversations in here that I'm not privy to. Because I've been playing and stuff. We got Luck of the Irish. I'll take that as a third vote for the Irish whiskey. Then David Hick also says, yep, Luck of the Irish. Okay, I guess the Jameson's is going to win here. We'll take a shot at Jameson's. So, yeah, whenever y'all are ready, take a shot with me. Ron Swanson says, say when?
8:30.
All right, here we go. Cheers, y'all. Kim Pie. L'chaim. Reverend Robert Jones, good for slide. I'd have to look into him. David Hicks says, no, you missed my question on learning blues back when you were playing the last one. Oh, okay, yeah. Josh M says, I like Mississippi Fred McDowell version of Shake 'Em On Down. Funny you say that because that's going to be my next YouTube video, is his version of that. I've done the Book of White version. It's on there, like way back. I'm about to do a recording of his version of Shake 'Em On Down. Dr. Pop says, Irish folk. Yeah, I'm half Irish. Triple H sends me a shot glass. Ron Swanson says, woo. Anonymous says, did you want the Courvoisier? Yes. That's some pretty good stuff. I paid like $24 for a pint of it. Apparently the favorite liquor of Napoleon. Got like a little Napoleon here on the cap here. I'd like to get me some cognac every now and then, you know, when I'm feeling like a fucking, like, real asshole and stuff. Says, I have some Reverend Robert Jones saved. I have to look him up. He's a teacher too. Okay. Anonymous says, "You're allowed, dude. Drink." Ah, shit. I had to space them shots out. Can you play proper? Is that a song or David Hicks says, but I was just asking, blues in general. Like, I can't play a single song after 2 years of making up my own sounds on open tuning slide guitar. I feel stuck, and I want to sing and play the whole song. What kind of material are you trying to do? Like by who? There is a guy on YouTube, I can never remember his name, but like you can probably find him with a search, and he teaches like entire Robert Johnson songs and Sunhouse songs and stuff. That'd probably be a good place to look. Sorry, I can't think of his name. Juke Vox says, "Can you play Proper Stranger" by the Guess Who? I don't really know that one. I know a few Guess Who songs on the piano, like These Eyes, and I know Rain Dance, kinda. But you know, I used to play American Woman like 25 years ago when I was in high school. Anonymous says, "But Ed, man, take us there. What blues tune really comes out of you right now in the moment? Like, that's the one." I don't know, man. Might hit one in a second. See what comes to mind. Swanson says, "Ed, are we both the same age, and we both the same last name, middle age, Phillips? Have you been known to do some crazy shit if they don't space them shots out?" I was never a crazy drunk. I'm actually kind of a laid-back drunk. I don't know. I might be the same age. I'm 41. Rat and Roll says, "A ZZ Top Tush is a good one to learn. George Thorogood, Bad to the Bone, both open G tuning." Yeah. Really, I didn't know Tush was an open G. I always played that standard. Might be, though. But yeah, George Thorogood, Bad to the Bone, that's open tuning. That's open G, yeah. Swanson says, "For those who don't know, my real name is Tyrell Phillips." Yeah, he's on my Patreon. 41 in January. Okay, so we, 6 months apart. I turned 41 last June. Still got some Courvoisier in my brandy glass here. The Ballad of the Easy Rider. So that's a Guess Who song too, ain't it? Josh M says, "Are you going to do it electric? Shake 'em on down, Fred McDowell." Yeah, probably do it on the like one of my hollow bodies. Maybe that Epiphone Riviera that I got. Tom Feldman, that's the guy who teaches like Robert Johnson and Son House and stuff on YouTube. Yeah, look him up. He gives like pretty good lessons and shit. Harold Smith, wonder how That's All Right Mama would sound on that electric Gibson. I don't know. We can find out. Rat and Roll says, "I play an E standard and open G." Yeah, like Tush. Yeah, I play that in like just standard tuning. And what was that request from earlier? Somebody had one. Or it might just be thinking of things, or I don't know. Let's see. Now Tush, No need for a slide. Let's see, That's All Right Mama. Yeah. My delay going here.
That's alright, mama. That's alright with you. That's alright, mama. Just any way you do that. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. Mama, she done told me. Papa done told me too. Son, that girl you're fooling with, she ain't no good for you. Now that's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama, any way you do. I'm leaving town, baby, leaving town for sure. You won't be bothered with me hanging around your door. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. Da dee 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 dee. I need your love. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. That's alright now, mama, any way you do.
Don't sound too bad on that Les Paul. Sounds better on the Gretsch, though. And of course, if I get the old LSD camera going here, where's it at? Yeah. Woo-hoo! Like you can see, like right up here in front of me, we got some Elvis action going on here on the wall. Him and his fucking race car. Like me some Elvis. Rat and Roll says I like open G for slide solo. Like most of the rock songs I can think of that I play slide on, like when I'm playing live, like probably are open G stuff. But you know, like some of that blues stuff like sounds real cool and fucking mean, like when you're in open E and shit. Let me back up here a second. I don't even know what I'm playing. I have a really good ear for blues, and I can hum and sing freestyle blues. I have good timing, but I just have no clue how to play a whole song of anything. I mean, most of the stuff you'll learn, like in your life, will be bits and pieces. That was kind of a problem for me, like, because I'm like, he's the human jukebox, just ask him anything. So I'd be hanging out with people, and they'd ask me to play stuff, and I'd play like maybe a couple of lines of it, like a verse or a chorus and stuff, and like, all right. But good idea to learn some full songs. Hey Ed, have you ever thought about posting lessons or tabs on the songs you play? I've been considering putting some videos up on YouTube about like proper techniques, like in blues and stuff. Just like not like whole songs and shit, just techniques. I'm more of a technique guy. Damn, liquor's got me kind of slurry and stuttery. You'll notice, like, through the course of the night, like, I start fucking stuttering more, like, the more liquor I drink. But I like Open G for the slides. I read that a while ago. Sounds great, man, he says. Appreciate that. David Hicks says, I just started to jam one day and would do really basic riffs that comes to my head. I typically like Delta blues. It's weird. I don't know how to explain it. Well, like Delta blues, like your thumb is typically doing like a one string rhythm, like usually just, you know, and you got to learn how to coordinate like your index finger to do the lead and stuff. You just kind of like knocking the fuck out of the root note with your thumb. No alternating or nothing like that, like in Delta blues, like usually. Just kind of you know, like get that thumb thing down, like get that rhythm down, and then like learn how to coordinate with your index finger. That's Delta blues basically. Rat and Roll says, David Hick, do you know the 12-bar blues? Yeah, you got to learn that, like how the 12-bar chord progression works. That's essential. David Hick says, I have a weird thumb and four-finger picking style, almost no strumming. Well, I mean, like blues from Mississippi, like the old stuff, like pre-war stuff. It's just more percussive than strumming. Like they had some strumming and shit, but it's got like a percussive element to it. Says, yes, I know 12-bar, but I don't count. I just somehow know it. That's good. You should know that without thinking about it, like a 12-bar blues. Do you know any Buddy Holly? Let's see. Like lyrically, probably I don't know. I should pick up the electric.
If you knew Peggy Sue, then you know how I feel blue without Peggy, my Peggy Sue. Well, I love you, gal, and I need you, Peggy Sue. I love you, Peggy Sue, with a love so rare and true. Oh, Peggy, my Peggy Sue. Well, I love you, gal, and I love you, Peggy Sue. Peggy Sue, Peggy Sue, a pretty, 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 pretty Peggy Sue. Oh, Peggy, my Peggy Sue. Well, I love you, gal, and I want you, Peggy Sue.
You know, yeah. Love me some Buddy Holly.
Well, that'll be the day when you say goodbye. Yes, that'll be the day when you make me cry. You say you're gonna leave. You know it's a lie, 'cause that'll be the day when I die.
Electric Blind Blake Possibly. Rat and Roll says a Tush slide solo, yeah, like an open G. You can kind of get away with the Tush slide solo like in standard. You know, you just can't hit the bottom string. You got to kind of watch what strings you hit and stuff. Blind Blake's Breakdown. Oh, don't know that one. I mean, Blind Author's Breakdown is like the title of it, but I've never learned it. Let's see. Kind of muffly, got too much overdrive on there. Swanson says I get mush mouth too. Never used to start when I turned 40. Yeah, like yeah, about 35, 36. I started like stuttering like when I drank, like weird. And Swanson says, but only when I drink high-proof liquor. Harold Smith says, I heard you play When the Levee Breaks in the traditional style. What do you think of Jimmy Page's version and of his blues playing in general? Well, Led Zeppelin did a great reinterpretation of that. They kind of made it their own. I enjoy, when people do that. I enjoyed when Hendrix, did that version of All Along the Watchtower, like made it his own. Takes a really good artist to do that. And Jimmy Page played the blues pretty good. Swanson says having a few shots helps guitars playing for a few, but it starts giving you trouble after too many. Right. Swanson says I have a friend with 2 fingers and a thumb on his fret hand. He plays like a hot damn. Don't feel that you can't play certain styles because of anatomy and brain finds a way. Just takes time. Yeah, I knew a guy who couldn't hold a pick. Like he didn't have no damn fingers on his. He didn't have a hand actually. Like he just had like a nub here stuff. And he played the fuck out of the guitar. Like played the blues actually. With the kind of like using the 2 bones at the end of here like as a pick basically. Sounds great, brother. Appreciate that. I like Every Day by Buddy Holly. That's a good song. Rat and Roll says I love Blue Days Black Nights, Buddy Holly. That's one I don't think I've heard actually. When Wepka Punk like sends me a wavy hand, like I guess for playing that Blind Blake. Appreciate that, man. David Hicks says, yeah, Ron, I was annoyed because I have a gimpy pinky finger, broke it in a motorcycle crash, and I can only use slide on my 3rd finger, like your ring finger. That works, Hey, my pinky finger's going numb right now, like I damaged my nerve that like goes through my fucking elbow. So working with that, like on my fretting hand. When I do speed, I can't spit words out. Like not me. Like when I'm doing like stimulants, like I can play the fuck out of a banjo. Like I don't really do a lot of drugs. Like I used to do drugs like back when I was like a teenager in my early 20s. But like speed will help you with fucking banjo picking. Some say Buddy Holly would have been bigger than Elvis had he lived. Well, like the guy's influence was insane. He was kind of doing the studio experimental type of thing before the Beatles came out. They probably did it because of him. They were called the Beatles because he had the the band named the Crickets. He was doing multi-tracking and stuff. Like he was the first like great experimenter in rock music. Hick says, I watched a documentary about the old blues masters with gimped up hands and decided that was enough whining. Right? It is kind of amazing what some people can do, like that don't have like full use of their hands. Like some people can still really play the fuck out of an instrument, like without having the whole use of their hand. Cat Traveler says, have a drink, have a drive, go out and see what you can find. Right. I've done that a couple times in my life. Hound Dog Taylor has 6 fingers on one hand. Well, he's got quite the damn advantage. Like the gene for 6 fingers is actually like dominant in humans. I don't know why we all don't have it. Like it's like a minority of people have it. I think Zeppelin's When the Levee Breaks was born of Bonham's drum beat more than Page's playing. Kind of hard to say. Like Bonham used to actually follow Jimmy Page's guitar riffs on the drums. Like if you listen to it real close, but he did come up like with his own drum beats and stuff. And it might have been him that was kind of the impetus for doing the song. Harold Smith says Buddy Holly was the complete package, playing, writing, arranging. If he lived, he would have been up there with the Beatles. He was way ahead on many levels. Yeah, he definitely like the most sophisticated rock and roll guy of the 50s, like Buddy Holly was. It'd be really interesting to see what he would have done if he had lived. Josh M says Hank Williams could write a song too. Yeah, Hank Williams probably one of the top 5 greatest songwriters of the 20th century. Probably up there with like Irving Berlin and Lennon McCartney. Definitely. Anonymous says, speaking of guitarists with gimped hands, Jerry Garcia, Tony Iommi, do your homework if you don't know. Yeah, right. Jerry Garcia had a finger missing. I think it might have been on his picking hand. Tony Iommi had the ends of his fingers cut off in a factory accident. He used to melt plastic onto his fingers to help him play better. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Plenty of really big and respected guitar players with gimped hands. Says, hey Ed, hope you're doing well. I'm excited to hear your cover. Appreciate that, man. And Oika Punk says Django Reinhardt. I heard some of his stuff. Wish I could play like that. Been a while. Damn it! I'm trying to remember what he did. He was like a crazy guitar player. me back up here a little bit real quick. Harold Smith says Carl Perkins wrote songs, great songs. Do you rate his play? How do you rate his playing technique? Well, you know, one of my favorite people from the '50s, good old Carl Perkins. We kind of had a joke, like me and my friends, like next time we hire a band member, we're gonna ask them, like, can you name 3 Carl Perkins songs? because most musicians can't. You know, he did a cover of Matchbox, you know, by old fucking Blind Lemon Jefferson that got real big back in the '50s. Like that guy was great. He wrote Daddy Sing Bass, like that song that Johnny Cash sang. Wrote Blue Suede Shoes for Elvis. Had a toupee when he got old that was pretty obvious. Yeah, awesome fucking guy. What is this stuff called whiskey, Ed? Well, the definition of whiskey is like a liquor that's made from grains like corn or barley or whatever. But I drinks a lot of it. And Josh M says in Jambalaya, yeah, that's the old Hank Williams song. Good song. I played that a bunch. And Rat and Roll says Richie Valens. Yeah, he was good. He died on that plane with Buddy Holly. Can you play any Les Paul? Like I can't think of any specific songs by him. Like yeah, Les Paul and Mary Ford. Kind of like a country, jazzy kind of country guy and stuff. Can't think of any I know like that he did. Questions, comments, folks? Didn't he mostly do like covers though? Like Les Paul. David Hicks says I heard a quality redo of When the Levee Breaks. It's a Playing for Change compilation of artists playing all over the world and stitched together, featuring John Paul Jones. Damn, like Led Zeppelin's version, I guess. That's pretty cool. It's time for an Edward Phillips original. Well, got an album like supposedly coming out soon. Like I keep saying it's coming out soon. It'll be coming out. And Rat and Roll says that he was shredding in the 50s. Yeah, like Les Paul was kind of like an experimenter, like in the studio as well. He was doing like early multi-tracking. He I might be wrong about this, but I think he might have invented the humbucking pickup. Not sure about that. But yeah, like the stuff he has, like he could play, definitely. Would you play some Jimmy Page for us, please? I can do a few riffs, probably. Let's smoke this. David Hicks says, I guess a copied link doesn't work here. You probably have to email it to me or something. Oika Punk says a humbucker was for Chet. I didn't know that. So Rat and Roll says, I thought Seth Lover invented the humbucker. He might have, like, might have been something I heard like somewhere, but yeah, old Les Paul like was doing some like pretty major experimenting like back in the day, like especially with multi-tracking. Like he's got a couple of very early multi-track songs. I think there was like something else like important that he invented. Led Zepp could improvise like it was cool. Yeah, yeah, they could. How do you think the blues will develop in the future? Is there anyone you know that's doing interesting work? Thanks for the Zepp. How will it develop in the future? I don't know how music in general will develop in the future, except like a swirling down the fucking toilet and into the septic tank. You know, like these days, blues is basically like a history lesson. It's something you enjoy. It's something you appreciate. I don't know what further development would do for it, except turn it into fucking like Joe Bonamassa classic rock or something. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of a stodgy like traditionalist type of guy. I'm not sure what the future holds for rock or blues or anything really. I mean, like the music, like in general, is kind of going downhill. Like people don't even listen to a fucking whole album all the way through anymore. Kind of sounds boomer of me, but you know that's what I think. Ron Swanson says Eddie Van Halen used to wind his own pickups. The power and overdrive he got was nuts. I didn't know he did that. I think it's kind of a pain in the ass to wind pickups. Improvising is where it's at for any band, right? You got to know how to improvise, man. It can't just be you know, like memorizing tabs and shit all the time. Ed, that was a good Jimmy playing. I just got off work a bit ago and I'm trying to catch up with you. What's going on, man, Jay Bird? Rat and Roll says most modern blues is blues rock. Yeah. Like, yeah, a lot of stuff I hear on the Blues Channel on Sirius XM is basically like 70s rock. Really. You did nail the essence of Jimmy. I appreciate that, man. Ever heard of Alvin Young, Bloodheart? His first album was good. I don't think I'm familiar with him. I have to look that up. Rat and Roll says Chris Stone, Kingfish Ingram's good modern blues. That's that kind of rotund gentleman that plays. Yeah, I've heard some of his stuff. He's real good. But yeah, like modern artists, modern blues artists, not a whole lot I listen to actually. Mostly old stuff. Anonymous says, I'm with you, Ed. Today's music is failing to grab my attention personally. Well, I mean, there's nobody playing on half of the records. That's kind of a problem to me. You know, you hear a record and like nobody's fucking playing on it. Oika Punk says Gretsch was the first with humbuckers. Later, Gibson Les Paul. Okay, it's a Gretsch. Okay. It you know, like Gretsch, like Filtertrons, like those humbuckers, they kind of sound like single coils because they're not wound very much. Kind of jangly. Ron Swanson says thanks, sounded great. Appreciate that. Harold Smith says totally agree. No innovation like Page, Hendrix, and the horizon these days. On the horizon these days, yeah. Basically what's happened is music has kind of become like background noise. You know, like the kids these days, man, they put on music like to have something to listen to while they're playing a video game or doing some other kind of activity. Okay, back in the day, you know, 40, 50 years ago, there was music like that. It was called musical wallpaper. It was generally jazz. Or even back in the 90s, you know, you had like Kenny G, like musical wallpaper, like shit you put on just to kind of hear in the background while you're doing something. It's gotten to the point now where like all music, even like top 40 Billboard music is like that. It's more about creating a vibe, right? Like bands you hear on Billboard, like very popular stuff now. Just stuff people play in the background. So people's approach to listening to music has changed. They don't really listen to it. They just kind of put it on the speakers and play their video game, right? I think that's kind of a sad development. I don't like it, but that's the kind of direction things are going in. Ron Swanson says he used to wind them in his kitchen, talking about old EVH. I didn't know he wound his own pickups. You can't listen to the radio. I discover good artists just surfing YouTube and such. Yeah, the radio's fucked. Right? You're right on that. Rat and Roll says, I'm 29. I don't really like modern music. Well, I didn't like modern music when I was fucking 18. Because, what was popular when I was 18? Like Creed and Limp Bizkit and stuff. So I said, fuck that. And I started listening to punk and shit. Right. Joe Friday is my favorite song. A favorite song from Alvin Youngblood Hart. I have to look that up. I don't think I've heard it. Tyrone Vaughn is good. Need to write some of this stuff down so I can look it up. Dr. Pop says, brought up on Zepp, but found out they stole others. Please play originals. Yeah, it's Zepp, like, you could probably accuse them of a good bit of plagiarism, especially from blues artists. Yeah. But I mean, Zeppelin was still a great fucking rock and roll band. You know, nobody else sounded like them. Says, yeah, David's right. The new talent is on YouTube, not the radio. Right. Radio's like been taken over by like a small handful of corporations. So they just kind of play schmaltz. Yeah, schmaltz. That's the right word. you like when the Beatles got famous in America, it was because a DJ, an independent DJ, just kind of out of nowhere just started playing their records. Said, "Fuck it, I'll see what this does." That couldn't happen now. Like no DJ in America now. Well, if they have DJs, it's all computers now. Like you're not going to hear some new band because some rogue DJ just decided to play it. That's not the way it works now. I really admire how you bring back the authentic sound of traditional blues artists. Your music captures the essence of that era beautifully. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Josh M says, heart, not heart, my bad. And David Hicks says, amen, Marcellus, and I love his historical knowledge as well. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Dave says, they don't even have speakers. They only have earbuds. They are missing out. Yeah, I can't even hear headphones without them being like big studio cans. Those fucking earbuds drive me crazy. I can't use them, and they sound like shit because they're tiny speakers this big. They sound fucking terrible. Robin Ford, I've heard that name somewhere. Bass Fishing 336. Who is Robin Ford? I've heard that somewhere. Harold Smith says in Japan they have what they call a BGM, background music. It's just bland elevator music, grim and soulless. That's basically what popular music is becoming, or the way people are approaching it these days. Like in America. Basically the way music works now with most people, with your normies and stuff, it's like I want to create a vibe. There's no real kind of catchy material in the song. Just like, I just want to create a vibe. They put the song on, they listen to it in the background while they're doing something. So it's basically all musical wallpaper now. We're all Kenny G now, musicians. Anonymous says, I love guitar solos. So many bands replace guitar solos with chromatic chords. That kind of started back in the early 90s with the grunge movement. They quit giving a fuck about solos. Much to my chagrin. Josh M says, I like the band Trivium. They're metal. Thrash metal, I believe. Possibly. Thought the best album is Silent in the Snow. I've heard Trivium. I don't know a lot about them, but I had a good friend of mine who passed away, actually, who was like a major metalhead, had every metal record ever made, and he introduced me to a lot of bands like that, and I believe I have heard Trivium. I think they're thrash metal. Ron Swanson says, been a blast, guys. Gotta go. Catch you next time. I'll see you later, Ron. You have a good one. Josh M says, bye, Ron. I'll be here till the end. David Hicks says, a musical wallpaper. That's good. Yeah, that's a term people used to use. It used to be used for certain kinds of jazz, but now it's basically everything. Ron Swanson says, your knowledge continues to impress. Take it easy, brother. Take it easy, man. Dave says, Rick Beato has a video about the downfall of modern radio. It started back in the 1990s. Bill Clinton signed some kind of bill that basically allowed a small handful of big corporations to take over all of radio, Beasley and all them. And now all your radio stations get their playlists handed down from corporate headquarters. Yeah. But I haven't seen the Beato video, though. Marcella says, David Hick, right, his historical knowledge adds so much to the depth of his music. It's awesome to see someone who really gets the roots of it all. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, man. Jay Bird says, Ed, That was interesting about the guitar solo comment. I remember back then being in music and recording, and I think I would say it was the anti-guitar solo era. Right, pretty much. Yeah, like guitar solos kind of died like in the 90s. It's Kurt Cobain that killed him. You know, a guy that I really fucking love. I love Kurt Cobain. But he killed the guitar solo, unfortunately. And David Hicks says, "Good night, Ron." Yeah, good night, Ron. Guest des Todes says, "Good evening, Mr. Ed. Do you know anything about Big Bill Brunzi? Normally I can't catch your stream live. Thanks for the good music and vibes. I also love Hendrix. Lurking from bed. Peace." Let's see. I can probably do a Key to the Highway when I smoke this cigarette. Do you some Bill Brunzi. Harold Smith says, "You ever come across Robert Fripp playing with King Crimson? Very precise technique." Yeah, I like me some King Crimson. Like a Great Deceiver, like one of my favorite songs. Jay Bird says, "Yes, auntie, not auntie." and yes, I was just talking to somebody tonight about Kurt. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Ron Swanson says, I would too, Josh, but I have husbandly duties to attend to, if you know what I mean. Shit. And Josh M says, "New metal had no solos either." Yeah, the new metal was horrible. I fucking hated that stuff. In fact, like new metal is pretty much what drove me to the punk in the later part of the 90s. Ron Swanson says, "Have a good one." You have a good one too, man. Rat and Roll says, "Tyrone Vaughn is Stevie Ray Vaughan's nephew, Jimmy Vaughan's son. Can he play? Is he pretty good?" Yeah, let's finish this cigarette and I'll do some Bill Brunzi. David Hicks says, "Yes, Red, I just looked him up and I'm listening to him tomorrow." Tyrone Vaughn. Have to find him. Says, "Yes, he can play good. I'd have to look him up." All right, cool. Poor Josh calls the band Trivium Metal. I've heard of them. I thought they were like thrash, but I'm not sure. Josh Martin. I got a good buddy named Josh Martin, actually. Played the band with him. Is Ed didn't Big Bill Brunzi have a connection with Elton John or something? Didn't he have something to do with "Save My Life Tonight" song? I never heard that. It's possible, but I'm not sure. Never heard about that. Let's play some Bill Brunzi here. Got to retune.
I'm gonna leave here running, cause walking was too slow. I'm going back to the border where I'm better known, cause you ain't done nothing but drove a good man away from home. Give me one more kiss, mama, just before I go. But when I'm leaving here, I won't be back no more. When the moon peep over the mountain, honey, I'll be on my way. I'm gonna walk that highway until the break of day. Well, it's so long, baby, I must say goodbye. I'm gonna roam this highway until the day I die.
That chord progression there, that 1 5 4, that's actually called the Bill Brunsey progression. Korn and Linkin Park are the only new metal bands I like. Like Korn was probably my introduction to new metal back in the day. I think they invented it. Wasn't into it. Jay Bird says, "Ed, take your time tuning and relax. Thank you for the good music. Appreciate that, man." Oika Punk sends me a Red Cross symbol. Or a Swedish flag or something like that. I mean, a Swiss flag. Josh M says a metalcore, progressive metal, thrash metal, whatever genre you want to call them. He's talking about Trivium. Yeah, I don't know too much about them. Marcella says, I just discovered your music during a tough time and it literally resonated with me. Thank you for the healing power of your art. Well, I appreciate that, man. Glad you're enjoying my stuff. Josh M says, I don't like subgenres. I just call it metal. I mean, there's so many ways to do it, you know. Like a million subgenres of metal. And y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some business. I'll be right back. All right. Do you know any Robert Cray? Kind of funny. When I was a kid, there was a bluegrass singer called Del McCurry who played Smokin' Gun. I didn't know it was a Robert Cray song at the time. When I got older, I heard it and was like, damn, that's that song that bluegrass band used to do. But I don't know the song like lyrically and all that stuff. David Hicks says, I never had a clue about genres. I could never understand how people separated it all. I just like if I like something, you know. I mean, I think categories have their purpose, you know, good to categorize things. So if you're looking up music, you can say like, well, this here is, you know, sludge metal. I might like this band. Josh M says, I did like Godsmack and Disturbed. Like I just was not into that whole genre of music really. You know, like the early 90s, like started off really good. Had Nirvana and all that stuff. And by the time the late 90s rolled around, like I just kind of checked out. Got into, you know, psychedelic music and blues and punk rock and like turned off the radio, basically. Get me a beer here. There's things I prefer, but there's been songs in nearly every genre that I've thought was good. That could be true. I mean, never met a new metal song that I liked. No. Rat and Roll said, "What's the difference between hard rock and metal?" Probably depends on who you ask. You probably get like 15 different answers from 15 different people. There's some people that say that Led Zeppelin is hard rock, and there's other people that say they're metal, and they'll fight about it. I personally tend to think metal is like more kind of dark and stuff like. But I mean, the kind of the line between like metal and hard rock is blurry. It's kind of hard to separate the two. But I mean, you know, certain bands like make it very unambiguous, like Black Sabbath, like that's obviously metal, even though at the time they called themselves a rock and roll band. Zeppelin, you could kind of argue about, like, is that hard rock? Is that metal? I don't know. They kind of invented like both genres in a way. David Hicks says, I remember being blown away though when I figured out the 12-bar blues. I started to hear it so much in modern music. Had no idea it was built into stuff that isn't actually blues. Yeah. I mean, you know, rock and roll was originally basically, you know, the 1-4-5 deal. And a lot of bands like held on to that. Anonymous says, Ed, can you create your Here Comes the Sun variation? It was totally working, Ed. Here Comes the Sun variation. I don't know. Do I remember it? Let's see. Don't know if I know it anymore.
Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun. That's alright.
I don't remember it. Let's see. Gerald Brown says, I love watching and listening to you play SRV. Listening to you play, Ed. I appreciate that. SRV sadly died late August of 1990. Okay, yeah, I thought it was like 89 or 90 or something like that. Oika Punk says, double bass is metal. Talking about the old stand-up bass, like we used to call it the doghouse bass. I mean, it's pretty metal to be able to play one of those fucking things. They're very hard to play because just how physical they are. They kind of wear you out. You gotta knock the fuck out of them. Do I have cigarettes here? Yeah. What a sugar. David Hicks says, LOL pulls the song out of his ass, sounds amazing, then says, I don't remember it. I mean, like bits and pieces of things I can remember, like, but, you know, as far as like getting the whole damn song, like now, like from, you know, not playing it in 20 years. Anonymous says, that was working, Ed. Right. Well, I think it's time for a shot. What do you motherfuckers think? We do corn liquor or Courvoisier, right? Classy or assy? What do y'all think? Get them votes in. Got the 120 proof Sugarland Shine Mountain Legacy Corn Whiskey, I believe from Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Yes. And the French cognac, Courvoisier, like allegedly preferred by Napoleon. Tell me what y'all think. And White Kapunk says bass drum. Yeah, they've been using those for well over 100 years, like the old kick drum, you know. David Hicks says the bits and pieces sounded good. That's the beauty of jamming in your shed. Yeah. Bron-Rar Stomp is my favorite Zeppelin song. Okay, that's an acoustic song, like on Led Zeppelin. Is it Led Zeppelin 3? Anonymous says that's what Ed really wants. And Anonymous says good tunes, Josh. Says, yep, I got that on vinyl. Got Led Zeppelin 3, right? Which is largely an acoustic album. They, I believe they wrote that album in the Bron-Rar cottage in Wales, like with no electricity or plumbing and shit. Anonymous votes for Courvoisier. All right, one vote for Courvoisier. So we got we got class and ass and just which one y'all want to see? David Hicks says I need to listen to some vinyl. It's been a while. Oh, I got a record player right here in front of me, like with stuff on top of it. Like I listen to vinyl like about once a week probably. Got a whole record collection like right here below me. Good to listen to vinyl. Like if you get a vinyl that's in good shape and like isn't all scratched up and skippy and stuff, it actually sounds like a lot better than what you can get on a CD. Like on a technical level, CDs like 16-bit, you know, that's not good. Like a digital audio ought to be, you know, 24-bit. I don't know who the hell buys CDs anymore, but yeah, records like probably about as close as you're going to get to, you know, like the original recording. Like if it's in good shape and you don't have a damn reel-to-reel master tape of it. Got a vote for Shine. Another vote for Courvoisier. Try rectified spirit from Poland, close to pure alcohol. Drank a bottle once, too much. Always go for the colorless spirits, less of a hangover tomorrow. That's kind of true. Like, yeah, the brown liquor like gives you more of a hangover. But rectified spirit from Poland, you talking about like something close to vodka, probably. Okay, Courvoisier winning so far by 1 vote. David Hicks says, yeah, mine is right there in front of me as well. I've even put it in the living room so it's not out of the way. But my guitar has been priority over just sitting and listening. Okay, yeah. Also, YouTube videos is a time sucker. Yeah, YouTube like wastes a lot of my time too. Guess we'll hit the Courvoisier. Like, I'll just shoot it. Like, I'll dispose of my sophisticated high-class brandy snifter here. I'll just pour this stuff in a shot glass and, you know. What do I do with the top? Fuck. Lost the top to the bottle. Don't want to spill it. So Jimi Hendrix is metal before metal. You could like historically probably call him like proto metal. Like he definitely influenced metal. You know, like Purple Haze and Foxy Lady, stuff like that. That's proto metal. Oh, here it is. You could say the same thing about Cream, too, probably. The vodka, moonshine, poteen, all cousins of rectified spirit. Well, I mean, like moonshine is, you know, it's got a lot of funk to it. Like they don't refine it much. It's pretty far from vodka unless they don't do it right. It's actually kind of, you know, got that weirdness from not being like distilled like too much. If you ever had the good stuff. And Anonymous says, damn yo bourbon. Damn you bourbon. Alright. So Courvoisier for the ladies. Cheers, y'all. L'chaim Kimpai. Josh M says, do you know Fred McDowell? Write me a few lines. I'm working on his version of Shake 'Em On Down. That's probably going to be my next video. In fact, it definitely will be my next video. Anonymous says, Ginger Baker was a beast on drums. Incredible. You're right. Probably the first great rock drummer. Even though he eschewed that term, he hated being called rock. He was he considered himself a jazz musician. You know, not the nicest man you ever met. He pretty much used to shit talk everybody. You say that fucking John Bonham, he couldn't swing a bag of shit. Me and My Chauffeur Blues by Memphis Minnie, great song. I have to look that one up. Good old Memphis Minnie wrote When the Levee Breaks. Isn't Courvoisier a rapper's drink? Could be. I first heard about it in the 90s on SNL, you know, with the ladies' man thing, right? Rat and Roll says Buddy Rich. Yeah, probably the best technical drummer of all time. Yeah, old Buddy Rich. You got to hear his bus tapes too, like when he's cussing out the band and shit. Like, you guys are fucking killing me up here. Sit up there all night and all you do is fucking clams. Could do like one-handed drum rolls and shit, like crazy. Anonymous says, I would have loved to have partied with Ginger Baker, man. Yeah, he had a very interesting life. Like he, you know, but he was a very volatile guy. This is probably why Cream broke up. Like him and Jack Bruce like wanted to kill each other and shit. And even when they got back together in the 2000s, they still wanted to kill each other. You know, he used to hang out with Fela Kuti like over in Africa and shit. Like, wild guy. GB was a redhead. Ginger Baker, he means. They're always fiery, but usually good people. Yeah, yeah, but you know they just don't have souls. You know what Eric Cartman said, right? the old gingers. Rat and Roll says, not the best drummer, but Peter Criss is my favorite. Peter Criss though, I don't know, man. They actually had to have people come into the studio when they were doing Destroyer to help Peter Criss out, like on his fucking tracks and stuff, though. And they had to put triggers on him when they toured live in the 90s and stuff. Like, I don't know about Peter Criss, man. With all due respect. Marcellus says, fascinating how psychedelic rock set the stage for metal. It's like before Sabbath, how metal became metal. Pretty much, yeah. Both metal and progressive rock were pretty much rooted or very heavily influenced by psychedelic rock. Cream, Hendrix, like that's proto metal. Proto progressive. Some of the Beatles stuff was proto progressive, you know, like Magical Mystery Tour, stuff like that. Rat and Roll says, not the best drummer, but Peter Criss is my favorite. Like, oh, he says not the best drummer. Oh, okay. He had good vocals. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he had that kind of raspy voice. You know, he wrote Beth, which probably might be Kiss's best-selling song. I'm not sure. So I mean, yeah, there is that. Ginger followed Clapton into blind faith with Steve Winwood. Okay, yeah, damn, I thought fucking Ginger Baker was in blind faith. It was Ginger. Okay. play with 2 spoons on leg. Like I did that when I was a kid. Like they taught me how to do that in music class. Rat and Roll says I like Eric Carr better. That was the drummer in the '80s, right? When they took their makeup off and shit, right? And George Anderson says a hardcore metal equals bad demon trip. That's what they sound like, screaming pigs. I tell you, like I fucking like some extreme like metal music, like because it's so over the top you can't not like it. Cannibal Corpse and like some of those like Norwegian bands like Mayhem and stuff. Like some of that stuff's really cool. But my old man like thought Kiss was like just one of the best bands ever. Like he saw them 6 times back in the 70s. I still got his old 1970s pictures of Kiss. Me like you know, they're a good band, good sing-along band. Like when you're drinking, want to hear some rock and roll and stuff. Not something I would sit down and, you know, listen to like a Tchaikovsky record or something, or even a Hendrix record. You know, just good like basic rock and roll band, good sing along type stuff. You know, my favorite record is probably Destroyer by them. Always loved God of Thunder, like great song. Anonymous says, wow, Rat and Roll, please, not even a contest, dude, seriously, compare them. Look stern to the full albums. Maybe talking about Eric Carr and old Peter Criss. The song Fire from Jimi Hendrix is definitely a metal song. It's got some metal drums on it, I'll tell you that. I actually play that with the band like sometimes. George Anderson says they have some of the best band names. My local West Virginia favorite is Five Finger Death Punch. That's a pretty big band. I've heard of them. Didn't know they were from West Virginia. Harold Smith says, what do you think of the guitar work of David Byrne and Adrian Belew from the Talking Heads of the 80s? Well, they weren't really a guitar band, but you know, they had some good stuff. Like you know, the Talking Heads like actually started at CBGBs. They were kind of in a weird way, kind of a punk band when they started. You know, pretty good band. Rat and Roll says I listen to every Kiss album. I'd have to say my favorite Kiss album is probably Destroyer. You know, God of Thunder and rock and roll. Whoa. Anonymous says compare them to Cream albums. Yeah, I'd probably have to go with the Cream records. But Anonymous says listen to the drums. Yeah, I mean, if you listen to interviews by Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley, they pretty much agree on Peter Criss like sucking and stuff, and they weren't too big on Ace Frehley either. They were like, yeah, them guys were fucking like just fucked up and drunk all the time, and those guys were losers. Like, you know, because like Gene and Paul were like the business guys of the band, right? And you know, again, I'm not like an expert on Kiss, like, but still, you know, decent rock and roll band. You know, they're kind of like they kind of like maybe like the basic kind of Chuck Berry type of rock and roll, but of the '70s. You know, just like I just want to hear some just basic fucking rock and roll music put on a Kiss record, right? Says Kiss put on one hell of a show, yeah. But you know, for me, the best show probably Guar or Alice Cooper. Rat and Roll says, I'm not saying Kiss is the best band. They're one of my favorites. They got me into rock. Okay, yeah. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. Never got to see Kiss's live performance. You know, I know it's pretty outlandish and stuff. My dad saw him 6 times, like back in the 70s and shit. He's like, that's the best goddamn concert you ever seen in your life. But I have seen Alice Cooper and Guar, and that's pretty much my favorite live performances. Anonymous says popcorn versus filet mignon. George Anderson says, who is some of your favorite live bands? Well, yeah, like I said, I just mentioned Alice Cooper and Guar, like for the theatrical element. Now, playing wise, who would it be playing wise? Well, I've seen like Clapton and shit, so that'd have to be up there. Clapton with Billy Preston in the band, like, nonetheless, like playing the organ. Jethro Tull, like always a hoot, you know. Love me some Jethro Tull, like one of the few progressive bands I'm into. Crazy stuff, like seeing them play all that complicated shit live and with the flute and all that stuff. Did you know that Otis Orungus used to wrestle? I did not know they got into wrestling. Nah. I know like an insane clown posse like wrestled and shit. Everybody says Lars Ulrich from Metallica was a bad drummer. Well, you know, I heard a live version of Sad But True from Metallica, and he like changed tempo like 2 or 3 times, and like if he'd been playing for me, I would have cussed him out, like get the fuck out of here. Like, definitely doesn't have his tempo down. He's got chops, like as far as like technical stuff, but seems to have problems with tempo. And he's a fucking cunt too. Like suing people, like you know, over Napster and stuff back in the day. Like, yeah, fuck him. Marcellus says, absolutely, it's amazing how those early influences shaped so much of what came after. Cream and Hendrix definitely had that heavy sound that paved the way for metal and prog. Yeah, I mean, it's directly traceable to that. Yeah. Like all those like prog and metal guys, they listen to, you know, Cream and Hendrix and blues and the Beatles, basically. Kiss was a great party band. Yeah, that's what I was fucking saying earlier. Like Kiss, like good band if you want to just like get down and get fucking drunk and listen to rock and roll. Like great band. You know, not something like you're gonna sit down and fucking analyze, like, ooh, he's doing a C7 sharp ninth right there. Anonymous says, for real. Harold Smith says AC's Glenn Buxton was a great rock guitarist before the demons got him. AC? Who is AC? Not anal cunt. Like, right. Didn't the band Mayhem kill somebody or something? Well, a band member killed himself, and they found him in like put his teeth on a necklace. Yeah, old Norwegian black metal. Now the guy who actually killed somebody was the guy from Bursum. Another black metal group there. I got that damn song in my head here. Here Comes the Sun. Yeah, that's the Beatles, man. They get in your head. Alex Van Halen is good. He's a very good drummer. Yeah. Alex Van Halen, like, fucking had it going on. Yeah. That fucking, like, intro for Hot for Teacher, like doing that double bass and shit. That was great. Van Halen had some of the best sounding records you ever heard. Like, I've got like several Van Halen vinyls down here. Like some of the best sounding records I have. Just like really well recorded. Like their records like weren't too long, and you know, like short records actually sound better for different technical reasons. So corn can trace its lineage to cream to corn. Nah. George Anderson, like if you ever mention cream and corn in the same sentence again, I'm going to come to your house and fucking murder you. I need a bath now. Anonymous, Lars is cool, but check out Nico McBrain from Iron Maiden, man. Yeah, like I fucking Iron Maiden. I listen to like some of their old stuff, like especially on Halloween. Like Halloween is like metal night for me. But you know, like a lot of their stuff like kind of sounds like video game music or something. I do like some of that old stuff, like Run for the Hills and Aces High and like stuff like that. What is your favorite live Jimi Hendrix album? Mine's Winterland. I'd have to say Band of Gypsies. Harold Smith says Alice Cooper equals AC. Oh, okay. Yeah. So Glenn Buxton was in like the original Alice Cooper band, I guess. I've seen Alice 3 times. It had a chick playing for him last time I saw him. I think the girl was in a band called the Iron Maidens. Josh M says, I like Five Finger Death Punch. I haven't heard much of their stuff. I've heard of them. That's a metal band. And Josh M says, American Capitalist. Is that a band? Can you play Eruption or Feel Your Love Tonight? I tried to learn Eruption like 15 years ago and got about halfway through it and said, fuck it. Like, Feel Your Love Tonight, like, have no idea about that one. And Rat and Roll says Nita Strauss, like playing for Alice Cooper. Okay, yeah, I saw her live. I saw Kiss live Psycho Circus tour. So that would have been, that's probably about late 90s or 2000s probably. David Hicks says, I love to banter, but I'm out, guys. Have a great night. Thanks again, Ed. You rock. Appreciate that, man. See you later, David. How long we been streaming here? Let's see. 5.5 fucking hours. Wow. How do you go about learning a new song? Well, mostly by ear. I just listen to it like a bunch of times, and sit there with headphones and go through it and see if I can get it down. Anonymous says, how about some blues, Josh? Played no guitar in a while. Let's get this guitar up. Josh M says, I like Clapton's Unplugged. That's a good record. Good record. What do you think of Mick Taylor's work with the Stones? They seem to go down a notch when he left the band. Not familiar with it, actually. I didn't know they had a member named Mick Taylor. Rat and Roll says, have you heard of Jimmy Vaughn's solo stuff? It's like Gatemouth Brown, Guitar Slim, Albert Collins. I have not heard much of Jimmy Vaughn's solo stuff. I heard like the Thunderbirds, like what most people have heard. Anonymous says, I'll give you all I can give. I appreciate that, man. Harold Smith says, it's a beautiful Gibson. I appreciate that. It's not beautiful up close. It's kind of beat up. But yeah, it's a Les Paul custom from the 70s. Josh M says, a Hendrix, Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, Metallica, Pantera, progression of metal. Yeah, that's kind of a historical progression of metal. Yeah. Electric Eye, yep. Probably my favorite Judas Priest song. Too late for that. Too much liquor in me. Harold Smith, Sticky Fingers and Exile on Main Street are Taylor's main albums with the Stones. Great version of You Gotta Move on Exile. Okay, yeah, I knew the Stones did You Gotta Move. Old Fred McDowell. It's like a Maiden song, right? It's called is that Where Eagles Dare? Not the Misfits song, but Rat and Roll says I prefer a glam Pantera. I haven't heard like the glam Pantera stuff. I've fucking seen pictures like of the big hair like version of Pantera. Anonymous says, now that's metal, Ed. I appreciate that. I like the first drummer from Iron Maiden. I wouldn't know the drummer from Iron Maiden. I like the second singer of Iron Maiden. American Capitalist is a Five Finger Death Punch song. Oh, okay. Can't Knock Dimebag, Josh. We should paint your face white and call you metal, Ed. Yeah. I used to have to play that stuff, you know. Love me some Black Sabbath, too. I was actually in a metal band for a year, like a pretty hard metal band, you know, with like type of vocals, right? And made no money. We were basically paying to play, pretty much, like with gas and hauling stuff. And so that was my foray into the metal business. Josh M says a glam Terra. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. George Anderson says, we'll call your fan club Metal Eds. Right. Dimebag is why I wanted a Floyd Rose. Okay, I wanted a Floyd Rose because I wanted a whammy bar that wouldn't go out of tune. And I bought a Harley Benton with a Floyd Rose on it, and now I got like a Paul Reed Smith with a Floyd Rose, because I was like really into Hendrix, and I like playing with the whammy bar. And if Hendrix had access to a Floyd Rose, he would have got one. But like playing live, the Floyd Rose is kind of dangerous with me, because I've got like a compulsion to hit that whammy bar, and I use it too much. Like sometimes I kind of overdo it, right? Anonymous says fantastic. Pretty. Thank you very much for that. Josh M says you gotta love Terry Glaze. Terry Glaze. Anonymous says, oh wow. Josh M says, excuse me, I have a pink beard. Dimebag once in Pantera home video. Rat and Roll says, if a string breaks, you're out of tune. Or you just don't change them enough. Like I used to be guilty of that. Let's see. What's our time here? 6 hours. Wow. I'm providing y'all with all this content. Like, y'all feel like helping me out here? Like, super chats are the success of this show. Like, so if you got them, like, if you can afford it, like, drop me a tip, send me a super chat. I would appreciate that. Probably won't be on here too much longer. Been 6 hours after all. Your blues style is the right sound. I'm there. Play on Edward Phillips. I appreciate that. Harold Smith says, if the house was on fire and you could only take one guitar, which would it be? Well, probably this fucker right here, actually. And my dad used to say that too. It was his guitar. It's like, the fucking house caught on fire, I'd grab this motherfucker and run out. That's what he used to say. Yeah, definitely the damn Les Paul. Yeah, I mean, that's not replaceable right there. Harold says it's a beauty. Yeah, it nice looking guitar. Like even with all the bangs and dings on it and stuff. Marcellus says this reminds me of how psychedelic rock influenced metal. What do you think about that? It did, yeah. Like both heavy metal and progressive rock are kind of rooted in psychedelic music from the '60s. Up there in space, he's talking about Electric Eye. Never got to see Priest either. About 18 people left in here. He says, "Priest me, baby." Like sometimes, like at gigs, like when I have to play like a lot of rock and roll stuff, like for that kind of crowd, I'll like end the show on Breaking the Law. George Anderson sends $2, Metalhead for life. Appreciate that $2, man. Thank you for that super chat. My lasers trace everything you do, says Anonymous. me see. Hang on. Internet's being silly. Okay. But let's see. And Josh M says, I think my favorite Priest song is Riding on the Wind. That was on Screaming for Vengeance, wasn't it? Yeah. Riding on the wind. The greatest thing about Judas Priest that I like is that you know, they tricked my father, my redneck father, and all his friends, like redneck friends, like homophobes, all of them, into going to see a gay leather daddy with a fucking whip in a leather suit. So yeah, I'll always respect Rob Halford for that. And my dad was like, we didn't know he was a damn queer at the time. Like, how did you not know? Like, Jesus, look at him. And Josh M says, yep, Eagles Dare. I think that's the Iron Maiden song I was playing. And Marcella says, preach it. Get me a shot here. All right. Almost 2 o'clock up in here. So, what do y'all think? Jameson's Irish whiskey or some good old moonshine? What do y'all think? Harold Smith says, good old boys or good old boys? Yeah, my dad was definitely a good old boy. Sweet Leaf? Let's see. Might be in the wrong key. They were tuned down. George Anderson says, last call. Yes, last call for alcohol. Don't forget your tricky dick screwdrivers. Got 1 parts purple Kool-Aid and a jigger of formaldehyde from the jar with Hitler's brain in it. If y'all can tell me what record that was from, like, I don't know, I'll win a free night with me when you're in town. Let's see. We got a vote for the Irish, 1 vote for Jameson's. We'll go with the Irish whiskey. Shit. Anonymous says, Thin Lizzy, right? Nope. Not from Thin Lizzy. Think a little more underground. Give you a clue, Jello Biafra. Got a vote for Shine from George Anderson. Up too late. I done poured this damn thing. Harold says, Aaron Go Bra sounds like some Gaelic type of language, possibly. All right. Hey, cheers. Good whiskey there. Banjo Boy says, name that tune. Is that the new challenge for that nasty egg? No, I still just taking $20 for the 1,000-year eggs. Harold says, Ireland forever equals Aaron Gabra. I knew that sounded like some kind of Gaelic phrase there. Sid System says, hello folks, how you doing, man? What's up? How you doing, Sid? Anonymous says, Jelly Roll. No, not Jelly Roll. Well, the answer is Dead Kennedys, right? The song is called "We've Got a Bigger Problem Now." Old punk shit, you know. Sid, you showed up late to the party. about to get off here. Been over 6 hours I've been sitting here. Can't believe my back is still intact. But any, I don't know. It says Sid says here it's 8 a.m. in the morning. You over there in Australia, or somewhere on the other side of the planet? I don't know. No, Australia is probably 1 in the afternoon. Yeah. Barcelona. Oh, okay. Spain, over in Europe. Yeah. Yeah, the Europeans are always still in bed when I'm doing these. Yeah, that's right. Marcella says, hey Ed, do you know Reverend Robert Jones? I think you'd appreciate his work. I'd have to look him up. I don't think I'm too familiar with him. Josh M says, I saw Priest at Ozfest. Oh, okay. They still do that? I think they quit, didn't they? Ozfest. Gary Hardy says, hi Ed, 4 p.m. in the land of Oz. Down in Australia, you mean? George Anderson says, Dead Kennedys. Oh, I should have known. Right. Well, good day to you, Gary. George Anderson says, I believe the good old Reverend has some good videos on True Fire. He's real good at telling his story behind the blues, telling the history behind the blues. True Fire. Haven't seen that website. I have to look up that website. Gary Hardy says, "Oi, oi, oi." Some day drinking might include the Euros. Yeah, they loved them some drinking over there in Europe. I tell you, man. Got a blues song ready to leap out of my old soul for us, Edward. Yeah, I'll do one more song, I think. Switch slides here.
Your mind. Well, when you lose your money, great guy, don't lose your mind. If you lose your woman, baby, don't you fool with mine. Watch my lady whilst I sleep. I'm gonna buy me a bulldog. Watch my lady whilst I sleep. Cause a windy day so goddamn crooked might make a full day creep. Keep your young wives at home. Tell all you married men how to keep your young wives at home. Get you a job and roll with a man, carry your labor home. Your wife and your outside women's too. Well, you can't watch your wife and your outside women's too. You want to be at home and doing your dirt, but yeah, what you trying to do? Let's see, Rob Halford, an autobiography book. My Confessions is a good book. I'd have to read that. Anonymous says, yes, sir. Appreciate that, man. Marcella says, that's right. I've checked out his True Fire videos. He's real good at weaving those stories about the blues. Makes the music come alive. Cool. I'll look that up. Anonymous says, next level, Edward. Appreciate that, man.
Anonymous wants the blues. Give him some Robert Johnson. All right, I'll do some Robert Johnson. George Anderson says, much love from West Virginia, up there in the mountains. Good night, all, he says. All right, see you later, man. Do some Robert Johnson. Capo.
I feel so lonesome. Won't you hear me when I call it?
Where is that capo at? Oh, here it is. Some beer here.
I went to the crossroads, fell down on my knees. I went to the crossroads, fell down on my knees. Ask the Lord above, I'm a sinner. Say, poor Bob, if you please. Down at the crossroads, I tried to flag it right. I went to the crossroads, I tried to flag it right. Had nobody seem to know me, babe. Everybody passed me by. Down at the crossroads, I looked east and west. I went to the crossroads, I looked east and west. Didn't have no sweet woman, babe. Yeah, to my distress. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. Lord, I believe to my soul now, babe. Whole body sinking down. You can run, run, run. Tell my friend, boy, Willie Brown. You can run, run, run. Tell my friend, boy, Willie Brown. Standing at the crossroad, babe, believe I'm sinking down.
Anonymous says, next level. Appreciate that, man. Let's see, one egg a stream. Right. I'll eat another one. Like somebody gives me $20. Anonymous says, hell yes, appreciate that. Catfish Blues, Robert Petway. Like I'll do that one like next stream. Do that one for you. Harold Smith says, real music, much thanks. Appreciate that. Anonymous says, money, cool. And gives me applause. Yep. Let's see. Been on here 6.5 hours. God damn. I think it's time to call this one 6.5 hours. Might do a Labor Day stream, like this weekend, you know, for the holiday and stuff. Got no gigs, so. Chad Thompson says, how's the back feeling this week? Doing much better, like moving better and stuff. Like still kind of annoying me and stuff, but I'm moving pretty good now. Like not nearly as bad as last week. Like after last week's stream, like the next morning, I woke up and couldn't like get out of bed. So like really bad. Josh M says a Labor Day stream. Chad says a cool, you look better. Yeah, yeah, I feel better. I mean, like Wednesday, like I did the stream on Tuesday night, and Wednesday was the third day after I injured my back, and you know, like most people say, like the third day is the worst, and I could not fucking move, like could barely walk. What would be a good day for a Labor Day stream? Like a Friday or Saturday or Sunday? Like what? What do y'all think? Josh M says, like your shirt. I was getting tired of that Hawaiian shirt. yeah, I wore that fucking like old ass like 40-year-old Hawaiian shirt like at a lot of these streams, like for some reason. Y'all can see my like complete lack of chest hair here, like it's because I'm like more highly evolved than most of you, I guess. I don't know. Anonymous says Sunday night, like I'm not sure like what day to do a Labor Day stream, like a Sunday or Saturday or no idea. Anonymous says party, yeah, probably. Harold Smith says any day is good for great music. Yep, that's right. All right, one for the road. Like if y'all got them, like do one with me. Josh M says, let's do a poll. What day? Yeah, y'all chime in. Like, what day, Labor Day weekend, should I do a live stream on here? Anonymous says Sunday. All right. A little bit of Courvoisier for the ladies. Sitting here stuttering, bullshitting, and drinking. I mean, I'm thinking probably like Saturday or Sunday, something like that. Like 16 people left. Not too many people to chime in. Josh M says Sunday. So y'all sure about that? Like Sunday? Y'all ought to be ashamed of y'allselves. Y'all won't be going to church on Sunday. Chad Thompson says, whatever works for you, Ed. Yeah, I mean, that whole weekend works for me. Like Harold Smith says, Wednesday. Wednesday is my normal time. Like I'm talking about like Labor Day weekend. You got these bad old people wanting to skip out on church and listen to blues music on Sunday. Do a long weekend stream so I can get drunk and make bad jokes. I vote for Sunday. Go for 7 hours. I'm getting a lot of votes for Sunday. Anonymous says, what works for you, Ed? Like any day that weekend. Whatever day you feel like. He says, Chad Thompson, the Debleys, the DeBills music. Have to look that up. Sunday night, Anonymous says. The Devil's music. Yeah. Yeah. Playing the Devil's music on playing them instruments and stuff. Harold Smith, you the boss head. Appreciate that, man. Down to 11 people. Okay. Might be Sunday. I fucking will announce it, of course. Might do like an extra long stream for Labor Day weekend. 9 people now. Okay. People's leaving in droves. Nobody wants to play with me. So I guess I'll go ahead and get off here and call it a night. You guys have a good one. I'll see y'all probably this weekend, like Labor Day weekend. I'll put out some kind of fucking announcement about it, like of what day I'm gonna do it. Okay, 8 people now. Church in the morning, Devil Sunday night. Chad Thompson says later. Harold Smith says last man standing. All right, y'all have a good one, and I'll end it right now.